Tēnā tātou. Kia ora e te whānau. If we could make our way back to our tables, please. We'll make a start. You're all good, man. Ka pai. Tēnā hoki tātou. Ko te tūmanako e pai ana te kai. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Shout outs to our host today, Mr. Scott O'Donnell, HWR Group. Thank you very much. Ko te mana o te whare, ara, ko te mana o te tangata, ko te mana o te kai. Koina te mea nui. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get on to our next session. Session 3 in your agenda, Global Context to Local Practice, Decarbonisation and Green Energy. Decarbonisation and Green Energy, the hydrogen opportunity. Now we've got a short video from Mr. Dr. Andrew Forrest of Fortescue Group. So it's about 12 minutes long, I understand. So we're going to start playing that now. If there's any questions that you'd like to ask, please write them down on your free notepads. That's what you get today, free notepads. Please use them wisely. And we'll get into that right now. Nō reira, e te iwi, e te whānau, ladies and gentlemen, a video from Mr. Dr. Andrew Forrest from Fortescue Group.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I would like to thank my great friend Tiffany for the invitation to speak to you at Ngā Tahu Science, Green Energy and Innovation at Wananga. I'm speaking today from London, but this week I've been in Glasgow, Scotland at COP26. This week, business leaders, politicians, scientists and many other people gathered at COP26 to kind of figure out how we as a planet are going to stop the world warming more than 1.5 degrees. This is critical. Ladies and gentlemen, we must do it. Myself and my Fortescue Future Industries team attended the conference to tell the world that a zero-emissions future is achievable, not by 2050, but by years, maybe a decade or two earlier, if we adopt practical, implementable, simple green hydrogen. At COP26, we emphasised practical, we emphasised effective, and we emphasised implementable solution called green hydrogen to all global warming. It's a gas and you make it using nothing more than water and renewable electricity. That's the key. That's electricity made using the wind or the gravity from the water, you give the water back, or the sun, or heat from the earth, and the power of course, rivers. Enough sun power falls on just 300 by 300 square kilometres of the Pilbara every single day, my home country, near my own hometown. To replace the world's total energy production, we just have to capture that energy. We have to capture the energy in New Zealand by taking the gravity from the water, giving the water back, but not wasting all that beautiful energy of gravity and water. And this is zero emissions, zero pollution, and unlike fossil fuel, almost every country, and particularly beautiful New Zealand, can make it. Every country has some form of renewable energy. They can all look after themselves. You don't have to go to Saudi Arabia or Venezuela or anywhere else. Make your energy at home. That's my message. Indeed, the one thing that is very clear to me is that whether or not a country will be a success in this great green industrial revolution future, the future of every economy in the world, is not whether they are fortunate in their natural resources like in the fossil fuel age, where if you didn't have the oil, you didn't have the gas, you didn't have the coal, well, we'll talk to someone else. Not now. Every country has the resources. But what will make the difference is, are they just as rich in their leadership? What will show as winners won't be riches in ground, it'll be riches in leadership. That's who will take the future of the green industry revolution, which has already started. So this week at COP26 and more broadly this month, we have made many announcements. We're building a global green energy manufacturing centre in Gladstone, Queensland, not far from here. It will double the world's electrolyser capacity, and electrolysers are the technology needed to make green hydrogen from water, not from anything else, just water. We're assessing if we can convert a major ammonia and fertiliser factory to run on green hydrogen near Brisbane, the closest Australian city to here, right in Brisbane. That factory is going to go broke with a fossil fuel future in front of it. But with green hydrogen, we think it's going to have a huge future, and that's the microcosm of the whole world. Switching industry and switching power and switching fuel to 100% green won't just save our planet, it can grow our economy and bring down costs. So, we've reached an agreement with construction giant JCB in the UK. They've said we need to take 1.5 million tonnes per year by 2030, or even more. But we have to get it to them. We have many other agreements like this in the pipeline, which will decarbonise aviation, particularly large commercial jets, and it will decarbonise shipping. In fact, we announced this week that we'll build the world's first green ammonia powered ship by the end of next year, less than a year from now. So ladies and gentlemen, we have been busy, but I will never forget that one of the things Fortescue Future Industries most important to us that we negotiated, that we're so proud of, was our partnership with Ngāi Tahu. Ngāi Tahu is an important relationship to us and dear to my heart. Why? Because it's on shared values. And one of the shared values for both Ngāi Tahu and Fortescue is family. At Fortescue, this means that we care about our colleagues and our community as family members, and we want the best for them. Another is tūhonga, or expertise. At Fortescue, we refer to this as generating ideas. How can we learn and bring our skills, and how can we learn from your skills with our family, with our colleagues, you and I together, to find great new ways of doing things. These come together across Fortescue and across Ngāi Tahu as a shared belief in the potential of the great Southland to be at the forefront of the green energy industrial revolution. FFI has a strong commitment. We know this green energy revolution is coming, and we want all of your beautiful country to be very much part of it. Our aim is to create solutions to the hardest to decarbonise but biggest industrial sectors such as power generation from coal, such as rail, such as shipping, such as trucking, and of course now, such as aviation. We're scoping large-scale renewable energy and hydrogen projects in the USA, Canada, Africa, Central Asia, Europe, Latin America, the Middle East, Asia, and of course our favourites, Australia and New Zealand. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, from New Zealand out, we're developing projects everywhere. Our focus is global, but our attention and our community is local. And you know, global decarbonisation and hydrogen ambitions can only be started locally, here at home, here in New Zealand. New Zealand, green hydrogen is not just a product for export. It can help meet all your country's own decarbonisation ambitions. It can help meet everything your industry, your cars, your planes, your ships, your factories can possibly do and possibly need. And if we make it here at home, it also gives you full energy security, full energy independence, energy sovereignty for New Zealand. Of course, electrification can do much, but it can't do everything. About 50% at least can only be met with renewable electricity. But the rest, we need to get to the hard to abate industries and sectors. And only hydrogen can do that. It has the most critical role. Electrifying everything is easy, provided that electricity comes from green resources. And that's why I say driving a Tesla in Britain or in America, that does nothing. Yes, you don't get fumes for your car, but you're plugged into a dirty coal, uranium, gas, that's the worst, grid for your electricity. And so you're just pumping up that, not pumping up what can come from green hydrogen. Let's just look at diesel. If we can fully replace diesel in trucks and marine fuels, the dirtiest fuels of them all, can be fully replaced by products we make here in New Zealand, green hydrogen to green ammonia, produced and exported right here in New Zealand. And hydrogen into green ammonia is proven, and from there we make green fertilizer to support the decarbonisation of New Zealand's magnificent farming and the entire food chain produced here in New Zealand. But to make green hydrogen work and to make it cost effective, you need scale. Of course you need the technology, and that technology comes with serious and risk-taking innovation. And we have that. FFI is proud of the risks it has taken to produce great innovations, and we're doing it with really great New Zealanders who are helping FFI and the New Zealand family innovate and come up with the best technology and the best solutions, because we can do it right here. And of course, New Zealand has a strong and proud history of innovation, from the egg beater to the world's first flying machine, even before the Wright brothers. And that history continues today with incredible research and development efforts across your country. Fortescue brings scale to that and lessons from global innovation. We need a partnership between FFI and New Zealand, between the two of us, to encourage a local vision in developing all these elements required for New Zealand's success in the great green industrial revolution, which, as you know, has already started. Producing hydrogen and supporting new hydrogen-related industries will also need new skills, and that's why we're keen to work with Ngāi Tahu to develop vocational training centres where people can not only learn the skills but be fully prepared for that first day at work, where they know they're going to be productive from their first day on. That upskilling we have in train, and with New Zealand, we're so keen to make it happen. We do this today in the Pilbara, in my home country, Australia, and we'd like to bring all the lessons learnt from the 2 decades of trial and error, so we just have trial and success in New Zealand. We bring you the local knowledge and the shared values I've spoken of to together make this work in Southland too. FFI is very much looking forward to walking alongside our good friends at Ngāi Tahu on this exciting journey to a clean, green, hydrogen-powered future. And it's not some distant point. We've already started. The green industry revolution is underway. Let's make New Zealand, the great Southland, with FFI, a huge part of that wonderful future. Tēnā koutou.
Koina te kōrero mai te rangatira, Dr. Andrew Forrest. Aha ko te hapa o te reo, he whakaaro pai. Whakaaro nunui ki a mātou. So, though his enunciation wasn't the greatest, it came with good intent. So we acknowledge that. Nō reira. On the line with us, we've got a Felicity Underhill from Fortescue, I believe. Come in, hello. Here we go. Kia ora. We can't hear. Oh, yeah, we've got some sound. Kia ora, Felicity, tēnā koe, nau mai, hara mai. Welcome to the Murihiku Regeneration Conference, Wananga. Now, I understand you're going to be answering some questions, is that right?
That's right.
Get ready.
Thank you, I am ready. And kia ora koutou, and kia ora, very special kia ora to my dad, my lovely dad, who is with you there today as well.
Oh.
He'll be very proud.
He's just said you've been a wonderful daughter.
I bet that's what he
with
said.
some difficult attributes. Ka pai. Ka pai. And this is what we were saying earlier about that intergenerational leadership from parent to child. Okay, so we've got our beautiful Tūhoi princess running around, Tony Biddle. She's running around with a microphone. Don't look at her feet, she's not wearing shoes. Has anyone got a question? Oh, no. Good practice. No? We've all got the answers. Love it.
Why did you leave me,
Oh. Yeah, we'll save that for counselling there, Tim. It's probably at another hui. Anyway, no questions?
No problem. If you have any later, if you think of any later, feel free to...
No, we've got one for the city. We've got one.
Okay. Great.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Eric. My question would be, and Dr. Forrest mentioned ammonia-powered ships. So in a power source, is the nitrogen released as pure nitrogen or as nitrous oxide, which is a greenhouse gas? I just need a bit of information around that.
Yeah, no, really important that we don't have any unintended consequences of additional greenhouse gases from this. And that's why we've been starting with a blend, and that's why we're also not running ammonia ships today. The really important thing is that we're able to capture and manage the emissions from the ammonia-powered engines and not be releasing nitrous oxide. The way we're seeing it working in power generation is we're injecting the ammonia into a deoxygenated chamber, which means that the emissions are only nitrogen, and we're not emitting any NOx. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on, but that's core to our prototyping.
Does that answer your question, Kapai? Yep. Yeah, run, Tony. You're doing well.
Kia ora Felicity, ko Richard Blakey Takawingawa, hei ka mahi aha te whare Wananga Otago. I'm from the University of Otago. Thanks very much for being here, and to Andrew for his talk. Sounds like we've got technology that's ready to go. We've got industries that might be absorptive. What are there other roadblocks? Are there any particular policy or other implementation roadblocks to make this happen in that short time frame?
Yeah, wonderful question. And I think there are probably two challenges. There's the supply chain challenge as well as policy and support for uptake. So from a supply chain perspective, the things that we're doing haven't been done at this scale before. And so we're having to go all the way back through the supply chain and solve every challenge, making sure that we've got actually enough of equipment all the way through. We're able to access the electrolyzers, the ammonia plants at a scale, pipes, cabling, all of these things, transformers. We're going to start putting some serious pressure on supply chains globally. And so we're looking to start manufacturing a lot of those. And we'll be looking to place manufacturing close to where we're actually going to be producing the hydrogen as well. The second piece that you mentioned around policy, for us, it's really important that that policy supports the uptake by users of green hydrogen, rather than necessarily needing to support, the big, large-scale producers. We will produce hydrogen at the lowest cost that we can, but for customers and companies who run fleets of trucks, for example, or for industry, what is the help that they need to feel confident in making the switch, to help them start to replace their fleets as they come up to a normal fleet regeneration. Those are the sorts of areas where we're looking for support. I think the last one, and it's something that we really pushed in COP this year, is globally giving customers transparency about the type of hydrogen that they're buying. And the hydrogen that will be produced in New Zealand will be some of the greenest in the world. We'll be really able to track back a very low carbon footprint through the supply chain. And there's work going on globally around certifying that. How do we guarantee that? Because hydrogen is also going to be made from coal. It gets made from coal and natural gas today. And there are projects out there which are planting trees to make up for the emissions when there's actually more emissions from that. So making sure that we can really certify it and know what our hydrogen is important.
Kia ora. My name's Nick. Probably got a couple of questions, and one is, can you see, one of the things I see is we're talking about decarbonisation, but continuing to still have an individual transportation system as opposed to a public. Can you scale up what you're talking about to a public transportation system, which will be a more efficient way of using energy? And the second one, just a comment, I guess, just going back to what you're talking about, is tracking that hydrogen and green. So there is some development in other technologies involving blockchain technology, which in that space is really interesting, especially certification of carbon lockdown using, I think it's, they're called token CO2 verification systems. So you can track, and it's kind of immutable, basically. But it's worth looking into that if you haven't already. So it's just that first question around mass transport.
Well, I think hydrogen. There are different uses for hydrogen fuel cell EVs than there are battery EVs, and I think in a country like New Zealand, where you are blessed, and we are blessed with a huge amount of renewable electricity existing and potential, being able to electrify and use battery EVs wherever possible, and particularly for our own individual passenger vehicles, is going to be the way to go. Hydrogen fuel cells tend to work for the heavier vehicles, the areas where you need 24/7 coverage, so whether it's police cars or taxis, for ones where you need long range. And so it may well be more suited to some of the public transport as opposed to the private. Where we look overseas and where we might be supplying hydrogen overseas to countries which aren't blessed with the same amount of renewable energy that New Zealand is, the hydrogen they import will be their renewable energy, and so it will make more sense for them to run hydrogen fuel cells in passenger vehicles. It's just really important to understand the context, and we're really super lucky in New Zealand with the renewable energy that we have.
Kapai, we've got time for one more question. Sorry, whānau.
Kia ora, Felicity. My name is Tibanea Regan. I'm somewhat concerned about the measure to which we can bring. I'm concerned, not worried, but focused on the measure to which we can at the same time undertake the decarbonisation of our farmlands, and it seems to me that that's what's going to be doing with a change in grass and other such. And my concern is that there's what comments you might have. I'm interested to know what comments you might have on the measure to which at the same time as we're doing this, we can make the effective conversion and transition for the fertilizer sector, particularly in the contribution it can make to the changing in grass, which I understand is actually quite simple if New Zealand will only grab it, and consequently limit the CO that's being produced in the dairy sector. Now, if that transition can be made by the involvement of balance and firms of that kind, we have a huge double win, because the biggest single source of greenhouse emissions in this country is in fact not so much from the transport sector, but as from the agricultural sector, on which we are almost completely dependent. And we're going to need both a vibrant agricultural export base and green hydrogen in the fuel sector to basically support our growing population in the most isolated developed economy on earth, which is this one. So what bringing those two factors together seems to me to be, I know the interest's there, but what's your thinking, the thinking of Fortescue on exercising that duality of outcomes?
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. And it's one of the reasons that I think we need to be is focused on the domestic use of the hydrogen that will be produced in Southland as it is for export. Domestically, that hydrogen is most likely to go into ammonia, which will then go into fertilizer. And so you have a decarbonized pathway to that fertilizer. The other potential use for the hydrogen that we produce is in looking at supporting and getting, farm vehicles off diesel. But your question around how do we then tackle the decarbonisation of agriculture from the emission of methane through dairy and the like. Dr. Forrest is also a farmer, and he runs cattle on his property in WA, and they've been experimenting and looking there with various grasses and seaweeds to really address and minimise the methane production. So I think the challenge is we can solve some of that with the hydrogen that we produce in Southland, the hydrogen that will then go into ammonia and into fertilizer. But you're right, there's another challenge there which needs to be managed as well, to absorb and reduce the methane emissions from industrialization of the animals that we keep in dairy and the like.
Kapai. Thank you very much, Felicity. One last question from your father. When are you coming home to help us do this?
As soon as possible. I've got to thank him for keeping my lawns mowed. So thanks, Dad.
Felicity, thank you very much. Ngā mihi nunu ki a koe, mō tō kōrero ki a tātou i tēnei wā. So thank you very much for answering some of the tough questions today. I don't think you'll have any trouble getting your money back. Eh? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our next speaker. By way of the University of Otago, Professor Sally Brooker on green energy, how it is in a New Zealand context. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Professor Sally Brooker.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction and for inviting me to be part of this wonderful event. I love the energy in the room, and the can-do attitude goes with being in the South, I think. So I want to just show you a couple of photos from yesterday. We went to 5 schools and to the SIT and with the hydrogen-powered car, and did we demonstrations with them. Dave Warren in this picture led the outreach with a couple of students and a research assistant helping, explaining how that hydrogen car was actually functioning, and indeed how the hydrogen had been produced that it was running on. So really exciting day, really energising. And of course, these young people are the key going forwards, because they're going to inherit the planet that we leave them with, and they will hopefully help to drive change. And indeed, I guess climate protests often see school children as part of those protests because they understand the need for change. So I don't think anyone any longer is debating that climate change is real. The few outliers are really not evident anymore, because we're seeing the effects of this, right? We're getting extreme weather events. It's no longer just rained heavily. This is killing people, even in first world countries, as we saw in Germany earlier this year. Absolutely tragic. So these weather events are beyond what we can hope to control. So we've got to try and stop producing these greenhouse gases, and hopefully then have the climate come back to something we can continue to live with. Otherwise, we're going to be the dinosaur generation of humans. The planet will continue, but we might not be here. So what's the problem? Well, obviously we're continuing to burn fossil fuels at a great rate. Hence, atmospheric CO2 levels just keep on rising. You can see the world energy demand on the right-hand side there, made up primarily of coal, gas and oil. This is like 85% of global energy consumption. That's where all the CO2 is coming from. You burn those products, you get CO2. And it's not being recycled, it's just being let loose. Now, New Zealand is in a bit of a better position than most countries. So the good news starts now, by the way. We've had lots of doom and gloom. The good news is we actually know what we need to do to fix this. We just need to get on with it. So if we look at New Zealand there, you can see the green bar there is that we have almost 40% of our energy overall coming from renewables, and this is thanks to having about 80% of our electricity coming from renewables, the hydro, the wind, the geothermal. And that's much better than most other countries. I've got Germany as a scale bar there because I have connections to Germany, which I'll mention later. And you can see that they're at a much lower green bar. And that grey bit is all those fossil fuels that all the rest of the energy is coming from. So New Zealand's better than most. But we need to actually do better than that again, and actually to try and replace a lot of those fossil fuels, which, as I say, are 60% plus of our energy consumption at present. We need to double or treble our electricity generation using renewables. So we need a whole lot more wind, a whole lot more solar, because we've got 2/3 of our energy coming from fossil fuels currently. So even before we think about exports, there's a lot to tidy up in our backyard. And of course, if you can make that electricity, then you can use it largely for electrification where possible. But as Dr. Forrest has already mentioned, that's not possible everywhere. You need different answers for different niches. So, and the other thing we can do is you can see that the world demand for energy just keeps doing this. We actually need to plateau that, or preferably drop it. Dropping it's probably a bit ambitious right now, but at least stopping the rate of increase would be good. And so we've got to actually reduce our need for energy wherever possible. As well as coming up, as I say, with more renewable electricity so that we can offset those fossil fuels or park the fossil fuels, actually. So in terms of reducing needs for energy, we can lift our construction standards. Whenever my German friend comes to stay at my place, she says, "Gee, you Kiwis, you live in tents." You know, the world knows how to build better houses, and we need to do that. There are lots of other things we can do. As mentioned already, that we need a good public transport that's preferably electrified, using zero-emission type processes, or potentially hydrogen fuel cells. But directly electrified is always going to be better. If you can use it as it's being generated, that is the first choice. But sometimes you have to store it, and I'll come to that shortly. The other thing we can do is more walking and cycling, which means more nice cycleways that are attractive and safe. And of course, there are a lot of places putting these in, which it makes more attractive. That's actually good for our health as well, so that's a bit of a win-win. Coming back to the energy, because that's what I really want to focus on largely today. As I said, we need to double or treble our electricity generation in New Zealand from renewables, because we need to replace 60% of our energy needs, which currently come from fossil fuels. Now, these little spheres here on the bottom left show the relative size of the resource, and I think Dr. Forrest has already mentioned the enormous solar resource. It is massive. But wind is also a significant one, and in New Zealand we have a lot of untapped wind resources. So it'd be great to see some, superannuation funds, big companies investing, not only Contact Meridian, all the usual players, but a broader range of people investing in putting in these renewable energy generation facilities, and maybe thinking about whether they turn some of that energy into hydrogen or not, and so on and so forth. So the old way is, as I say, about 85% of our global energy comes from burning fossil fuels with associated CO2. The new way will be what's shown on the bottom right, which is Fukushima's new solar array, which generates renewable electricity, which is then used to produce green hydrogen through electrolysis of water. So that's actually operational. Now, the amount of plants going in to produce green hydrogen around the world is increasing dramatically, although it's mostly in the plans to do. So there's sort of a leapfrog. Everyone's going to have a bigger one than the person before. It's a bit of a competition to have the biggest one. But a lot of these are not actually in action yet. But this one is actually already there. A couple of points at the top there, though. As I said, New Zealand needs 2 to 3 times more power just to electricity from renewables in order to replace the current energy needs that are met by fossil fuels. The other issues, there are a couple of things about intermittent things. You will still want to cook your dinner when it's dark and there's no wind. So if you're relying on renewables, you may need to be able to store the energy so that you can use it when you want it. And so then you've got all these things, and this is and. These are all ands. We need pumped hydro to store energy by pumping it up. That costs energy, of course. New Zealand's biggest pump probably to get the water up to Lake Onslow if we go ahead with that. But we need to store it so that when it's dark and there's no wind and maybe some of the other lakes are a bit low, you can actually let it come back down and make electricity. We need to use batteries. There are a whole raft of different types of batteries. Indeed, EVs may be part of that picture of storing some of the energy that's produced when the wind's blowing and the sun's shining in your car to be used when it's convenient later. There are bigger batteries as well, like redox flow batteries. There are a lot of things there. The other beautiful thing, though, is to take a leaf out of Nature's book and store the energy in bonds, chemical bonds. I'm a chemist, so I'm allowed to say that. And the most obvious bonds to make are to take water and make hydrogen. Now that costs energy too. Everything's going to cost energy. We're no longer just going to dig coal and oil out of the ground, right? So if we park that and say, hey, we're heading for a big energy transition here, we're going to have to suck that one up. So you make your hydrogen. If you burn hydrogen, you get water back again. So it's a cycle, and it's as close to zero carbon as you can get. You can go further, and there will be settings where we need to do this. For example, aviation, if you want to fly from Auckland to Los Angeles, you're probably not going to get there with a battery and a hydrogen type scenario, so you're probably going to need synthetic aviation fuel or synthetic fuel. That may be from biofuel or synthetic fuel basis. But interestingly, green hydrogen needs to be part of that process as well. So as you'll see through my talk, green hydrogen is an enabling commodity chemical. Sure, it's going to be important in our energy future, and indeed the International Energy Agency is predicting it'll be about 10% of global energy by 2050 will be green hydrogen, or hydrogen, sorry, to be blue as well. I'll come to the colours of hydrogen in a minute. So about 10%, so it's not the answer to everything. But added to that, it's its value as a decarboniser in industry. So making your fertiliser, making synthetic fuels, making new products like green steel, where you replace a lot of coal with hydrogen. So it's an enabling chemical, it's a central commodity. So there's not only an energy argument here, there's also a decarbonisation of otherwise hard to decarbonise sectors. So coming back to the colours thing, we've kind of talked about colours a few times. In New Zealand, we already have 80% renewable electricity, so in a prime location to be early adopters of green hydrogen production. Because for green hydrogen production, you must be using green electricity, so from renewables. You take water, you split it, you make hydrogen at one electrode, oxygen at the other. And so this is zero emission production, or as close as you can get to zero. Nothing's ever perfectly zero, so just the scientist in me there. But it's pretty close to zero. And of course, when you burn hydrogen in air, you get water back again, zero emissions. So green is the gold standard, and it's what New Zealand can offer. But internationally, there's a lot of conversation around blue hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is the next best thing, and unfortunately, as again was mentioned in the previous presentation, that's going to be a little bit dependent on accounting being accurate, because what happens there is that CO2 emissions are captured somewhere, that material is either sequestered or got rid of, or it's converted, as the McDiarmid Institute's interested in doing, into synthetic fuel, which requires hydrogen, by the way, as well. But the point is you then have a liquid fuel you can drop into an existing combustion engine with a few tweaks. And indeed, sustainable aviation fuel is already fueling planes around the world. They usually run a mix in one engine. So this is already happening, but there's not enough sustainable aviation fuel out there. But you're reliant on, because when you burn it, you get the CO2, right? So you're reliant on cycling that, which means you've got to be confident somebody is capturing CO2 somewhere to make up for the CO2 produced when you burn the synthetic fuel. So there'll be some niches where that's necessary. And I should say the worst possible option is the grey or brown hydrogen, which is 99% of what's produced currently in the world, because it is a commodity chemical already made on a big scale in the world. It's mostly grey and brown because it's coming from fossil fuels, and when you make it, you emit carbon. When you burn that hydrogen, it's still nice and clean. You're getting water back and energy, but it's made in a grubby process. So these colours, the hydrogen's not these colours. This is just to indicate how clean they are. Okay, right. So why hydrogen? As I said, you have the beautiful thing that if you take water, put energy in there, you can make hydrogen and oxygen. If you recombine those, you go back to water and produce energy. So I've mentioned the energy side of it, that we're going to need a lot more electricity generated in New Zealand, and then you can store that energy in the chemical bonds of hydrogen. You can then directly use that hydrogen as an energy source. You can either burn it, such as you do in an instant hot water system at your house if you've got LPG. You could have a hydrogen cylinder doing the same thing. You can use it for a barbecue. You may have seen First Gas's barbecue, hydrogen barbecue. So you can cook with it. Or you can put it back through a fuel cell to turn it into electricity, which is what's happening in the nice Hyundai Nexo that's on display downstairs. And indeed, this is also being investigated by airlines for medium-haul planes. But the thing that a lot of people don't appreciate is its importance in chemical manufacture and commodity chemicals, and this is something that Dr. Forrest has touched on. So you can try and make carbon-neutral fuels, where, as I say, you capture CO2 somewhere and either sequester it into geological structures, or you turn it back into a liquid fuel. Either way, you're getting it out of the atmosphere. That liquid fuel, when you burn it, will make CO2. But there are niches where you're going to need to do that, like long-haul aviation. It's also critical for making fertiliser. Currently, fertiliser is made using brown hydrogen, made from natural gas mostly, or grey hydrogen. In the future, it needs to be made by green hydrogen. So if we do nothing else, we need to replace what's currently being done by brown hydrogen with green hydrogen. There will be new opportunities, as I said, like synthetic fuels, also making green steel, which New Zealand is actually really well placed to move on. Chris Bumby and Vic is the expert on that in New Zealand. So as I said, the problem currently is that most world production of hydrogen is what we call brown or grey hydrogen. And as you can see here, you make these carbon products at the same time as you make the hydrogen. So that's not sustainable. We need to make the most of our resources, particularly in the deep south here, to make green hydrogen, to replace this brown hydrogen in making things like fertiliser. So coming to the IEA's recent report, it was just released prior to COP26. In 2020, we've got a grey bar there, about 90 million tonnes of hydrogen made from fossil fuels currently, and mostly used in ammonia production. You can see the pie graph there, 65% is used to make ammonia, which is going on mostly into fertiliser, not all of it, but mostly. 25% into methanol production, another key commodity chemical, and reduction of iron. So the first thing that they're predicting is that by 2050, the amount of hydrogen that's made in a grey or brown way will drop right down. You can see it's a very small bar of grey there, and that it's mostly going to be green and blue by 2050. This is if we're going to meet a carbon neutral globe energy-wise by 2050. So that green bit is where New Zealand could be potentially contributing a bit to the bigger picture. And you can see also there's about a 6-fold increase in hydrogen production over that period. And that's made up of a bunch of things. It's made up of not only the need to use it in, say, decarbonising transport, which is in light green on this. It's also for all these new roles like synthetic fuels, which is the orange bar. The production of ammonia, not only for fertiliser, which goes in the industry bar light blue, dark blue, but also as a fuel, ammonia as a fuel, which Dr. Forrest also mentioned, and that's the purple bar. So there's a lot of different roles for hydrogen going forward. It's a key central chemical commodity, and indeed the German government has put 9 billion euros into developing a hydrogen economy promptly, because they totally accept that hydrogen is the enabling chemical going forward. So summarising those things, we've got our renewable energy on the left. We're going to use the electricity from those renewables to make hydrogen using something called an electrolyser, making oxygen at one electrode, hydrogen at the other. You can store that hydrogen to use it when you want it. You can, very importantly, it's needed for chemical manufacture, including fertiliser, which of course in a New Zealand context is very important. Although with regenerative agriculture coming forward, which will be mentioned later on today, there'll be another talk on that later, the need for fertiliser will drop, but it's not going to drop overnight because there's going to be a period of adoption and so on to try and reduce emissions from our agricultural sector. But the hydrogen can also be used in your household. We could have distributed storage of energy here, so instead of having battery storage in your household, you could store it as hydrogen and use the instant hot water systems for your shower, your taps, even for heating with a radiator, although I'd argue that if we built better houses, we actually don't need to heat and cool them. But yeah, that's another day. So there's a lot of roles there. You can also put it through a fuel cell drive your car with it. So the classic electrolyser. So electrolyser, you take energy from renewables if you want to make green hydrogen, add that to water, a couple of electrodes. You can see, probably you did it at school, the classic battery connected there, hydrogen at one electrode, oxygen at the other. Robert Holt at Callaghan Innovation made a sort of a fridge-sized electrolyser. That's that box next to him. And it's attached on the wall there. He's got an instant hot water system that runs on the hydrogen. So he's doing that hot water thing, radiators, hot water at the tap, hot shower. And it also is piped round to the barbecue, so he's cooking with it. It's actually being stored in the wee path. You get a glimpse of the path on the right-hand side. He's got a pipe under there. That's where the hydrogen's stored at the same pressure it's made in the electrolyser. Very clever system, and they're commercialising that currently. But you can also go big. You can buy containerised sized electrolysers. And typically, if you want to have a big production, you just stack a whole lot of these up rather than making a bigger one. Somebody asked me at the last presentation, how much water do you need? Actually, relatively modest amounts. So 300 megawatts of electricity. I think everybody, because thanks to Manapuri, we have a good scale bar on what that means. If you want to make 300 megawatts of electricity happen, you're looking at sort of one large irrigated dairy farm worth of water. And of course, the beauty is once you burn your hydrogen, you get back to water again. So it's not lost. It is a cyclic process, which is really nice. So that's from a report for MB, done some last year. Now, there's a lot happening in New Zealand in hydrogen. It's a pretty busy space. And I guess what this meeting's about is actually trying to really make sure that we capitalise and turn it into action. But just to cover a few things that are going on, there is an overarching body, the New Zealand Hydrogen Council. The Chief Executive, Linda Wright, is based in Queenstown. And so I think having an overarching body like that's really, really important because there's so much going on right now that we all need to be talking with each other. There should be an and thing. Everyone should be winning here. And so I think they have a really important role. And this is a little bit of a summary of at least some of the projects that are going on across New Zealand. Just before I mention a bit more about that, though, I'll just sidetrack slightly because we are talking about the south of the south here. And recently, as Minister Woods kindly mentioned this morning, we had the opportunity to set up an alliance with Germany regarding green hydrogen, which, as I say, they're investing heavily in. So I'll just talk briefly about that before I come back to some of these industry applications, which I think will be of interest here. So I was approached by a researcher at the Helmholtz Centrum Herion, which is based near Hamburg, and they're expert in matters green hydrogen, and in particular in the storage of hydrogen, coming up with new ways to do that, which are a little bit less energy intensive. They also have a very long-standing relationship with Hamburg Airport and indeed the ports of Hamburg, like decades. And hydrogen has a bigger history there, and I really value the history that is brought to the table in this room today, because we do need to learn from history. They have a very long history in hydrogen, so they have a lot of experience that we can benefit from. So anyway, he approached me. We decided we'd give that a go. When he approached me, the first thing I said was, well, we need Team New Zealand on this end because there's thousands of researchers very well funded there, and we need to get the breadth of expertise and experience across New Zealand. So we got a lot of partners right across the country. And importantly to me also is that we, right from the beginning, established a partnership with Ngāi Tahu. Because actually you guys are the ones that have the 100-year view going forward. And one of the presentations at COP26 that really resonated with me was the young lady saying that, you know, as a native person, if you guys aren't going to make the changes we need to sort out these climate change issues and work towards a sustainable operation on this planet, then please pop out of the way, because we native peoples know what needs to happen and we want to get on with it. So I love being part of these discussions because I think there's a real opportunity here to drive change because it's urgent and you know how to do it. So I'm really excited we've got that partnership. As I say, we've also got a lot of other engagement there. McDiarmid, most of the universities in New Zealand, Scion, GNS, New Zealand Hydrogen Council, Callaghan Innovation, Polytechs, Araki, and so on. So we've got a big team there, which is really exciting. And so it's not about one person, it's about the team. And we'll always try to connect people with the right person across New Zealand. So, as I say, really, really important that we've got this wonderful relationship here, and I'm greatly honoured to be here today. So thank you again very much indeed for the invitation to be here. So one of the things that we're aspiring to do with this relationship building with Germany is to set up a research centre at the University of Otago, because you have to have a hub, a bit like the McDiarmid Institute has its hub at Vic, but it is a countrywide operation, and the facilities there will be available across the country. We also would like to set up a Southern Innovation Campus, which will be much more industry focused, and I hope to do that in partnership with Ngāi Tahu. So that's an ongoing discussion. We have no funds to do that, but what we're trying to do is build the right connections to make things happen. I think, yeah, so as I said, the Germans that we're collaborating with in Hamburg are expert in storage particularly. Currently, you either compress the living daylights out of hydrogen, or you freeze the living daylights out of it, like really freeze it and liquefy it. Both of those are energy hungry things to do to it, and so these guys are expert at making materials that you can put into the tank before you start, and then you can store the hydrogen at similar densities to liquid hydrogen, but at closer to ambient temperature and pressure, which could be good for long-term storage. So that's a project that we're looking at, and you'll see the list of the New Zealand team here. We've got people right across the country from Auckland right through. We're very privileged to have Amy on our team, so thank you, Amy, and also Linda Wright from the New Zealand Hydrogen Council. So it's a really exciting grouping of people, but I won't talk about the details of that. I think that's not so relevant here. Let's go to some other examples from across New Zealand. So there's a lot, as I say, happening here. First of all, if I look at the ports of Auckland, in conjunction with GBV, Global Bus Ventures, just out of Rolleston, which are an amazing Kiwi company, who, by the way, would love to have some great apprentices start up with them. So if you know people who are keen, get in touch with them. They're very, very keen to diversify. There's a lot of European male, so females, whatever minorities you want, they would be keen to diversify. Anyway, they made New Zealand's first hydrogen-powered bus, and it's in operation up at Auckland Transport, being refuelled out of the port. So really talented New Zealand company. A couple of other examples, just going back to Germany, they have hydrogen-powered trains on their remote parts of the line, where it wasn't worth electrifying. Nothing's remote in Germany by our standards, but they're not cheap to put in place, but you can run them alongside the diesel, no problems, and indeed they're just steadily converting to that. Haringa is working closely with High Zone Trucks to bring in 20 55-tonne, I think it is, trucks next year, and they're going to get their first 4 hydrogen refuelling stations across the North Island, the north of the North Island, nearest to the ports and state highways. They're just it'll be really good to get that demonstrated, and I think the government's been very supportive of that, which is really helpful. We have to lay some eggs before we can get the chickens going, so we need some hydrogen being produced at scale, and I must say from this morning's conversations and presentations, I'm very excited that we might get some hydrogen being produced down this way soon, because it's going to be that enabling chemical that encourages economic development and new jobs, and such an exciting time. Now, I'm quite passionate about aviation as it happens, because I think New Zealand has an amazing opportunity to become the first country with a zero emissions domestic aviation system. So I'm kind of pushing this a bit harder than perhaps I should, but I just personally think this is an amazing thing, and good old New Zealand, we can really be ahead of the world, and given we have a clean green image that we should be trying to polish up a little bit, I think this would be a great way to do it. So you've already seen, I think, on the 1st of November 2021, so really recently, the cute little 2-seater electric plane hop over from Blenheim to Wellington. Absolutely amazing. So that's charging up the batteries and then hopping across. So they're good for shorter, lighter types of trips. I'm talking regularly with Airbus and Air New Zealand. Airbus are very keen, well, they've said that by 2035 they will have zero emission planes in service, and they're looking at combinations of battery and hydrogen powered planes for that purpose. And in New Zealand, we're really a beautiful place for them to do the demonstrations with these sorts of things, because our trips, if you want to go from Invercargill, say, to Wellington, you're not going to get there with a battery, but you will get there with hydrogen. And so I think we could have a domestic airline that is totally zero emissions. Of course, it's an advantage that Air New Zealand are also a very innovative airline and that they're controlled by government. So where there's a will, there's a way, I think. But just a note here that I mentioned earlier, that we're going to need for long-haul flights sustainable aviation fuels, because you can't get from Auckland to LA or Auckland to Singapore with battery or with hydrogen, at least at this point. So that's another thing that we will... It's not ideal, because whenever you burn those, you're still making CO2. But as I say, as long as somebody's capturing it somewhere and turning it around, then there's at least it's better than just burning more fossil fuels. Let's put it that way. But the accounting becomes important, so the regulatory frameworks are important here. So I just want to finish off by saying we're really at a tipping point here where we trade the horse and cart. Way back in the day, I'm sure when the first pootly car turned up and somebody's sitting on their horse and going, what's that smelly, noisy thing? And how do I feed it? It doesn't eat the grass out in the back paddock. And, oh, it's gone lame. I know how to fix it, but, gee, I don't know what to do when the motor stops. There weren't fueling stations everywhere and garages anywhere. So this was a massive challenge to the communities of the day. But, hey, we all own one now, right? New Zealand's one of the worst at car ownership. We've all got one. I have one too, so I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad. But I think we're right now at another step change. We need to park fossil fuels as soon as possible and really limit their use to where we really struggle to replace with better ways forward. And instead of thinking always I'm comparing my EV or my hydrogen-powered car or my ammonia-fueled ship back to fossil fuels, just going, we can't do that anymore. It's a step change. And we don't have the refueling infrastructure right now for EVs or hydrogen-powered cars. But hey, back in the day when the horse and cart went to the car, they didn't have the petrol stations either. So we just got to do it. So I think that's probably about where I'll finish. I'm happy to have any questions. Thanks.
Kia ora, we're going to do a Q&A. Is there another microphone around here somewhere? Yeah, I've got one actually. There you go, over there, hiding it away. Yep, have you got a question there? And then I'm going to come over here for a question. So if I can grab that from you. Yeah. Cowboy.
Kia ora, Sally. It's quite ironic that I'm asking you a question up there when you've been sitting here all day.
Well,
so
we can chat some more when I sit down.
Great.
A bit more relaxed. I won't be in an excited state by then. Yep.
Hey, look, that was brilliant. I've got a series of questions and you've answered a few of them, because my first one was around intensification and intensity being a big issue down here that Southland's been hit by. So it was great to hear that there is a cap. This isn't a keep going into the future and use as much energy as you can. My other question was about accounting and consideration that we're using decarbonisation as an environmental silver bullet. And it was great to hear your commentary on that, because it has been a big concern of mine. But this question relates to your point around systems and the hydrological system. And I ask this question from the point of view of considering the work of people such as Gail Tipa and other Matauranga Māori experts in the science field. When you were talking about the hydrological system, you were talking about taking water from one point, but not necessarily returning the resource to the point it was extracted from, and realizing that that water from the point of extraction has certain characteristics and associations. So I'm really keen for you to talk to us, and maybe for some of us to be thinking about extracting water at one place and not returning it to the place where it was taken, and how that affects a Kiutiki Tai system. Kia ora. Sorry, long-winded.
No, that's good. No, I understand, and your question is really well framed, so thank you. And this is a conversation that I would really appreciate further discussion about. So when I get back down there, we can do that. because you're right, it doesn't go back to the same place. And I realise that that's not the sort of cycle of sustainability that iwi aspire to happening. So that is something that needs ongoing conversation. One potential moderator of this could be that in the future, I think there will be less reliance on a grid and more self-sustaining communities, which might encourage greater recycling of the water within the community at least. You know, there's no reason why a community can't get together and put in a little solar farm or a wind array. This happens in Germany, right? If you're on a train going through Germany, you just see paddocks of solar arrays, and these are being put in by various community groups. It might be a superannuation fund, or it might be a particular community. So you can actually generate the hydrogen at site and use it at site, and then you could get that cycling of the water. But you're right, if we export it, the water is produced somewhere else. Yeah. I mean, clearly export, I'm no economist, right? So everything I say has to be tempered by the real life business people who know how economics work. I'm only saying the things we know how to do, and then it becomes a question of what's the right thing, and I'm not the expert on that. But one of the things I do think is that export earnings are very, very important to New Zealand, clearly, but you've got to weigh that up against the fact that 60% of our energy is currently fossil fuel. So how much do we clean up at home before we start exporting energy? That's another question, I think. But that's balanced against the fact that you need to earn money by exporting. And our green hydrogen will be sought after.
Right, this time. Look, my question's about the ability to go and generate the power we need. We're lucky that simply New Zealand's one great big water and wind sink. We have all the natural resources we need to go and generate the power per se, but our structures prevent us from doing so. Wind seems to be consentable, water's almost unconsentable. In reality, we need 16 more dams in the Waikato. Now we know that's unconsentable in this present environment. How do we go and break down the community's barriers against such projects to make sure we can drive our community towards the outcomes you'd like to see?
Yeah, so that's a really good point as well. And one of the things I feel very strongly about, I guess I'm in the education sector, so you might not be surprised to hear that I'm very passionate to see greater public engagement and basically education, that these opportunities are out there, because right now people don't understand that we're at this tipping point, going from the horse and the cart to the car, now parking fossil fuels and going to future energy sources and methods. And you start to, I think Tautipini said this morning, you have to start thinking about what's your priority. You know, he was against the Manapuri power station, but his dad says, well, what are the choices here? You know, so do we want to tidy our planet up and have a sustainable future for our kids? Or, and in which case, you know, what are we going to do about it? And so then these sort of things, not in my backyard with a wind turbine, well, you've got a choice. You either start doing those things and getting some solar panels on some roofs, or you continue to burn fossil fuels and we become the dinosaur generation. So I think when people, you don't want to say it in a threatening way, but we just need to engage and show that there are ways forward here. And I'm very keen to be involved in doing that. And so like yesterday, we were talking to the young people in 5 schools, plus SIT, and we're doing another 2 school visits on Friday, because they're going to be part of the solution. They're going to be part of the workforce going forward. They're going to be influencing their parents. These are all very important in educating the public going forward. So I think it's about making sure that people understand and engage. It's the team of 5 million can't leave a whole lot of people behind, you know. So we need to make sure that people understand and that we have positive ways forward. It shouldn't all be doom and gloom, because there's plenty of that, and we know that it's bad if we don't do something, but we present options. So education is a key part of that, and public outreach and engagement. I'd love to see more in the media, the various modern types of media plus TV around, yes, we have options going forward, and it's great to see a TV crew here busy putting together such a thing. So, yeah, that's my answer to that one. Sorry, a bit long.
Kia ora, Sally, and thank you. It was a great summation of some of the practical applications that's going on with hydrogen across New Zealand. And yeah, kia ora to that. So speaking of education, I think I'd be remiss as the production manager for our Aotearoa manufacturing plant if I didn't take an opportunity for this group just to share. Currently we have a manufacturing capability using phosphate rocks to make superphosphate based products. So in Southland, we don't have the ammonia capability. As you saw through Sally's presentation, we have partnered up with Haringa, and we have done ammonia with our Taranaki-based plant. And so one of the opportunities that's here in Southland is to use some of the capability that we have proven or that we're partnering up with, and what we do want to do is joint ventures and partnerships, and whether we can look to have that capability in Southland. So it means green energy here in Southland, a practical use for it, and also increasing capability and employment here. And to Elisa's point, the science and innovation where the fertiliser industry, which is very vulnerable with what China's doing, if we can do that in-house, you know, it's only this month that the doors on exporting, they've closed, so urea, DAP, all those types of imported products, that they've been closed off to the rest of the world. But if we can do that here in-house and do it with science-based reason, so it's not push as many chemicals as you can, it's push the right chemicals and at the right rates. So that was my plug.
Great question.
Yeah, I mean, while we're just going from question to question, there's a whole lot of other initiatives here that I haven't had time to talk about clearly, and I would just shout out to AF Cryo. We had a great German-New Zealand Zoom meeting last night with AF Cryo. They've got amazing technical capabilities that are actually sought after. Hamburg are really keen. So there's a really exciting space. Real Journeys, they want to decarbonise their transport. Going into Milford Sound, it's too far for an electric bus, so here you come hydrogen, you know. So we need some eggs to be laid, i.e. hydrogen to be made, green, in the south, so that some of these can be enabled. Anyway, next question, sorry. One more question, yeah, sorry.
Kia ora. That was a really good summation, thank you very much. The question I have is, what do you see as the kind of top risks in venturing into the new kind of hydrogen economy, if you want to call it that?
They would be largely economic ones that I'm not qualified to comment on. I mean, I'll always tell you an honest answer, and I'm afraid I'm not an economist. So I think this is a no-brainer. We have to go there, but as to the risks for a business to try and set up in this, hard for me to answer.
For example,
people to answer
do you see
one.
impurities as a problem because you're passing it through a kind of mechanical system, and to utilize the energy, does the water come out as water, as pure water? Or
well, people show on YouTube, not that I trust Googling anything, that you can drink the water out of the exhaust, but I wouldn't choose to. As a chemist, I'd be a little bit more cautious in that and want to do some analysis myself. That would be a question for the car companies. I think from listening to the COP26 presentations around hydrogen in particular, there seemed to be a strong view that the main thing that needed to happen wasn't so much that there wasn't any money to invest, that there are companies very keen, like Fortescue Future Industries, in investing in hydrogen, but that they need the regulatory frameworks in place, and that kind of addresses your point about what purity do you have to produce. You don't want to have two different types of refueling systems. You should be able to rock up to any refueling station and fill your hydrogen car with the same nozzle as everybody else, not different ones for different breeds of cars. There's a lot of regulatory stuff that has to go in place, and I know that the ministry are working really hard on that side of things, and that's probably the thing, that because the investment will only be made once the ground rules are clear, otherwise there's too big a risk. And I guess you can also incentivise by having rules around what your carbon costs are going to be going forward. You know, how much is petrol going to increase in price year on year because we don't want it anymore, versus, you know, how much the green hydrogen price is going to come down as you scale it up. There's a lot of that stuff, but yeah, ground rules are probably critical. Right, sorry, I've talked long enough.
Thank you very much, Sally. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Sally Brooker. Some really great questions too. I think there are some conversations that still need to have to be had, and especially Scott's question about the barriers that are out there, as opposed to what needs to happen. So I think that comes on the conversation. There's still kōrero that needs to be had around some of the barriers that need to actually come down. And in terms of, I was thinking about the water, from the origin, from where you first get the water and then it not returning back to the origin. Interesting concept, especially in Te Ao Māori, because we have whakapapa. So what does that mean for someone like me who's whakapapa tō raka aparima, manapauri, out those ways, that if the water is taken from there and then put into Waikato, does that mean I own Tainui? Don't tell Tainui. So all of these things need to be in conversation, I suppose. So interesting conversations. Nō reira, e te iwi. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speakers. Generators, decarbonisation and green energy and the green hydrogen project. Are you ready to be electrified and energised by Meridian Energy and Contact Energy? Ladies and gentlemen, if I can introduce our next speakers, Guy Waipara from Meridian Energy and James Flannery from Contact Energy to the podium. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi kia koutou, te whānau whānui o Awarua, o Hokinui, o Oraka Apanima, o Waihopai, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Ki te kaupapa e kāranga nei kia tātou i tēnei rā. Nō reira tātou e hui hui nei, kia ora tātou katoa. Tēnā koe tā tipini, tēnā koe Minister Woods, tēnā kōrua. Ko ronga whakata te iwi, ko Guy Waipara aho. So that's my introduction. My name's Guy Waipara. I'm from Meridian. I'm also from the other island, from the East Coast. So, yeah, forgive me for that. But I spend more time in your takiwa these days anyway. So I'd like to introduce my our partner from Contact Energy, James Flannery.
Kia ora, everyone.
And between the two of us, we're going to do a dog and pony show and just change this up a bit, keep the energy levels going. So let's start with our vision, and yeah, there's kind of a technical way of talking about it, but what we're really talking about, I mean, she showed you a picture of the largest hydrogen facility around. It's in Fukushima, Japan. It's 10 megawatts. What we're dreaming of is a 600 megawatt facility, 60 times large. It would be the largest scale facility internationally, and it's on a timeline that could achieve kind of completion faster than anything else we can see around because of the renewable energy that will become available at the end of 2024. So somewhat intimidating, but the flip side of intimidating is transformation. So we are pushing something out there, and something that Michael spoke about, historians, they like to look back to get confidence about the future, and we're the same as engineers, so we look back and we see, in this takiwa, we see Manapauri. That was an amazing vision brought to life by Kiwi ingenuity, foreign technology as well, but the vision and the bringing to life and the keeping it going is all New Zealand. And that power station still benchmarks in the top 3 stations internationally in its asset class, so it's phenomenal. And just up the road from the Waitaki, we see the HVDC link. When that was built, again, Kiwi vision, foreign technology, but Kiwi ingenuity to make it work. That was the biggest link built internationally at its time. So we don't have to go too far back to stop freaking out about what we're looking at in front of us, because it is large. The thing I think that will be different about the part of our vision, is how we do it. It's not necessarily the technology. And for this to be successful, and I'll get more into it in the presentation, the business model we envisage is much more open, and would anticipate not a ko whaiwhai Māori, position, tā tipene, but an integrated position. So we want to make sure we can create the opportunity for a wide range of New Zealanders and iwi to participate, because I do believe, and we believe, that the confluence of renewable infrastructure investment and iwi as an investor class is actually a perfect match, given what its kaupapa is and its long-term tenure. So, yeah, our vision is not a technical one. So here's the slight downer on the day. We've got to have, for the lawyers in the room, we have to go through the legal piece. James and I are competitors. We like to beat each other all the time, but in this context, this project is difficult. So we have come together to partner up to try to get this thing done. We bring we bring complementary skill sets. We also bring balance sheets that will be needed, and it is very difficult. We are going to apply for Commerce Act sign off as this gets kind of closer to reality, just to make sure that's all sorted. So yeah, there you go. That's the housekeeping part. I'm going to hand it to James.
Thank you, Guy. Yeah, we thought we'd just do a bit of a summary of what is green hydrogen. Sally and Andrew pretty much summed up this, but that's the best part of going last. You've got nothing new to say, but we'll do a bit of a recap anyway. Green hydrogen is hydrogen created from renewable electricity like wind, solar, or in this case, hydroelectricity. It's fundamentally different from all other forms of hydrogen. Sally talked about blue, and brown and grey, and in that it doesn't have any carbon emissions. That's a fundamental difference. The other key difference is that it can access a far wider range of applications because it doesn't have carbon. The other really important point to note is we talk about green hydrogen, everything's developing quickly, but at the moment there are no markets for green hydrogen. It will take time. And just to provide a bit of context, Guy mentioned that Fukushima example that Sally referred to, 10 megawatts in Japan. We're 60 times larger than that. That's a massive step up. In addition to that, there are even larger projects proposed in Saudi Arabia and Australia. So just going through the basic process, requires a large amount of electricity to split water, creating hydrogen as a gas and oxygen. That volume of electricity means that the delivered price of hydrogen, electricity makes up approximately 70% of that price. So if you've got cheap electricity, you've got cheap green hydrogen. That is the key thing which will separate all global projects, having access to cheap electricity and cheap water. The resulting hydrogen that you get is a gas. Now, one of the issues with hydrogen is that it has a very, very low energy density. Basically, it means that a small amount of energy takes up a huge amount of space. That means that it's very difficult to store and transport. To get around that, you need to change the form of that hydrogen. And the easiest way to do that is through ammonia. Longer term, there'll be an option of creating liquid hydrogen or maybe even methanol. And just to provide a bit of context, 600 megawatt plant going from an electrolyser through to an ammonia plant, you're looking at an investment of around $2 billion. As we said, markets for green hydrogen are slowly emerging, but as a result of decarbonisation, all the forecasts are for that demand to go through the roof in the next 5 to 10 years. And the primary reason for that is that green hydrogen is the only green solution for a wide range of sectors which can't use anything other than green hydrogen. Andrew Forrest described these as the hard-to-abate sectors, and these are heavy transport, chemicals, green steel, electricity generation, and longer-term aviation. And collectively, these sectors account for approximately 30% of global carbon emissions. In New Zealand, these sectors account for around 20% of our emissions. Based on the conversation we had with potential customers for Southern Green Hydrogen, if we were to export that hydrogen, that would be transformed into ammonia and it'd probably be going into Japan or Korea and being blended with coal in the electricity markets. If we were to use it domestically, we'd probably leave it as a gas for transport, much like the vehicle we have out in the showroom, or would convert it to ammonia and put it into fertiliser. The key thing, we can do both. We can export it and we can use it domestically as well. Over the last 12 months, we've talked a lot to potential customers, and we've got a really good idea who we're actually competing with long term. And it soon becomes apparent that what we have here in Southland is unique. We have a set of characteristics which create a unique opportunity. The first one is that we have existing generation and transmission. All other projects around the world may be bigger, but they all have to build that generation. And the generation that they're building is intermittent. They're building solar and wind. So at best, they may only be producing power 30 or 40% of the time. When the sun's shining or the wind's blowing, we can produce baseload hydrogen 100% of the time through Manapuri and the Clyde and Roxburgh power stations. That gives us a massive head start. In addition to that, we have access to fresh water. We heard before from Sally, the amount of fresh water required is less than that of a large dairy farm. Other countries like Saudi Arabia and Australia, they'll struggle with access to fresh water. We also have an abundance of available land in Southland. There's multiple good sites for a large-scale plant. Put those together, we can actually potentially we can actually be the first large-scale production plant in the world.
Right, this next section is a bit about, because the theme of today is getting stuff done, so this is what are we doing practically. So when we're looking at partnering, we've run an ROI process. We've gone out globally to find who's interested in this opportunity. So when we've been assessing those, firstly we're interested in parties who have got capabilities that we don't have. And so when you're thinking about a large-scale plant, you're thinking something similar to an oil and gas facility. So people that have got a background in managing, high hazard facilities or chemical process plants is really attractive. We want someone who's got an alignment of vision, that they're here for the long term. They see the bigger picture. They see that that an inclusive kind of New Zealand Inc. project is really important. Timing, as we all know, we're on a kind of short leash with the smelter exit date being end of 24. So parties that can commission as close to that 2025 date as possible is attractive to us. The second to last point is, and it's something the Minister of Energy knows a lot about, which is New Zealand's dry energy problem or dry air flexibility problem. So people that are able to participate in giving back essentially electricity to the power system when it needs it the most, and those periods are due when the rain doesn't fall into our hydro catchments. So it's fair to say when you're talking to people who make stuff, they're used to just making stuff all the time, and the idea of flexing is not in their DNA. But when you explain to them the context of which they're operating in, they understand why we're trying to achieve that flexibility and why it's important. And then lastly, the thing needs to make sense. It needs everyone needs to be able to make money, or the project won't work economically. So it's kind of needs to be said, but it's obvious. To help us get there, because we're not hydrogen experts, we've assembled an international panel of real hydrogen experts. We've got the Japanese market covered with a guy from Tokyo Gas, and also on the Clean Ammonia Association in Japan. So he's got a really good dial into customers and who's going to use this stuff in reality. Got Diana Rain from the UK. She spent her career in hydrogen and gaseous products. Joe Powell, again, he's the ex-chief scientist from Shell with a long history in hydrogen. And then the two Aussie guys at the back end were involved in setting up the LNG business back in the early days, and it's very similar to what we're trying to do here. We're at the leading edge of. Not that nervous. We are at the pointy end of the spear. So having people who have been around, the evolution of a new sector and a new business is really important. They bring great insights. We've gone out to market for a request for interest. We got over 80 submissions from all around the world. We've shortlisted that down. We've interviewed a short list of less than 10, and we're looking to bring that down to less than 5 companies that we will take through to a more of a competitive round, which will happen in Q1 of next year. So by the end of April next year, we should have either 1 or 2 confirmed final partners. We're not sure if we'll just go straight to kind of final or take them through to take a couple through. It will depend a bit on the quality of the responses we receive. But we're really pleased. You could probably read between the lines. One of them might have been on the video earlier. They carry a lot of kaha or heft around the subject, and it's great to have them involved. But there are other international parties out there who are very interested. So it's good they see the opportunity in Southland. It really is. This is a bit more technical. We're short of time, so I'm gonna duck over the dry air thing. Otherwise, it'll be a lecture, and you don't want to lecture about electricity stuff. But the short story is dry air flexibility is important. It's important to all of us, and it will help to decarbonise not just the electricity system, but also adjacent systems such as process heat and transport. The end. Shortest lecture on dry air risk ever. this part is a bit about the business model we're thinking about, and this is where my comments to Tātipini kind of come in, which is on the left. Yep, it is left. On the left-hand side, you've got our standard business model where Meridian contacts sell electricity to an entity who does stuff, and that is it. Very similar to, say, how the NZAS contract works now for aluminium. On the right-hand side, you have us still selling electricity, but also participating in opening up that Southern Green Hydrogen as a project vehicle for other equity participants. So that is a model we're more interested in because it's more inclusive and it will enable more New Zealand entities and iwi to participate in this project, should we get it off the ground. So it's definitely out of our comfort zone, and this all has to go to our board and get approved and so on and so forth, so I can't promise anything, but that is where our kind of hearts and minds are around project structure. On the right-hand side is a lot of the things that we believe we as companies, but also iwi can participate in the project as well. There's a lot of activities on the ground in New Zealand for real, mucking in and working together, through consenting, through access to water, the whole local kind of component of this project. Right, back to James.
Right. When the smelter announced closure last year, we had a lot of parties telling us, just let the power go north. And that would be a really easy solution. It would require a massive amount of transmission upgrades between here and Auckland. Yeah, you could do that. But ultimately it means that the economy shrinks, that we just lose an industry. And in the last 12 months, we've lost a large oil refinery in Northland, and we've lost a pulp and paper mill in the Bay of Plenty as well. So we've sort of got a little bit more ambition and vision. We talk a lot about transformational change, but it does seem quite credible that we could do something quite different down here and actually start on a whole new industry. And just sort of maintaining the NZAS workforce, I think that'd be the start. There's a lot of additional benefits as well. And our sort of two-stage approach is to focus on that export market, use that scale and access to technology to actually subsidise the growth of the domestic hydrogen market. And again, that would lead to further jobs, as well as potentially just some sort of innovation hub. One thing that we've seen with our recent ROI process, and Guy alluded to the 80 responses we've had, is just the sheer number of responses from local technology partners. And you realise that some of the stuff we're doing here is world leading. And some of our initial projects that we're looking at is around fertiliser and transport. It's no surprise there. Those two sectors are sort of the first cabs off the rank. We're looking at a heavy transport trial in Southland, and also looking at getting deeper into fertiliser. So that were all the slides that we had. Really happy to take questions on that.
Check. Kapai, we've got time for 3 really good questions.
Kia ora. Are we on? Yes. My name's Malcolm Bell, and I'm a bit of an outsider here. I'm from Wellington, so I'm just a bit confused. You guys have got a process going on, and that's terrific. It looks fantastic. Your slides are great. But at the same time, Ngāi Tahu's got a process going on involving Fortescue. Now, I'm a bit confused because you said before, one of you said that you're really keen for iwi to be partners in this and all that kind of stuff, and that's great. But I can't help but wonder why the two firms aren't already working with Ngāi Tahu and Murihiku on the work that they're doing with Fortescue. I don't understand the balance between the two and why there's 2 separate processes going on. Sorry, that's just...
That's good.
So you have a go.
Yeah, no. Classic, good question. It's kind of became obvious after the presentation pack. Look, I mean, ultimately, to get a hydrogen plant off the ground, you need electricity. That's the core ingredient to a hydrogen facility is electricity. So we're running a process to find a new user of electricity. Fortescue are really, they really go forward. So and they are, they're participating, but they have competition, and we believe having competition is really important so that we get the best end result. Now, when it comes to Ngāi Tahu, we have got, that creates an interesting dynamic at the moment because you've got an alignment here, but a process where you're a kind of technically competitor. So where we need to get to is, at the moment we have someone from Ngāi Tahu Holdings sitting in our project, and he's running an investment lens across this whole thing, as in, do we want to put money into it? Where we need to get to is, and what we're asking of the other people who are shortlisted is, are they prepared to disclose who they are and their details to Murihiku as well, even though there's a perceived conflict, so that everyone can get in the same tent, we can work together. So that's the end game, as we get in the same tent, we work together. We've got to get over this kind of process hitch, but we will. Does that make sense?
I think so. I'll be listening to how it develops. I'm still a bit.
I think the other thing is that the Fortescue's involvement with Ngāi Tahu preceded our formal ROI process. So that started. So before we actually went to the broader market.
But you guys must have known about all that before you did start this.
Yes, but we obviously have to run a contestable process. I think there's a huge number of parties interested in this energy.
And the timing of all that stuff was all contemporaneous. So, yeah.
Kapai. Next question, just over here.
Yeah,
Tātipini as well.
Tātipini's going to give me one between the eyeballs. I'm ready for this.
And he's got a really close seat.
There's not enough time for...
Yeah,
Kia ora, Guy. Malcolm, I actually answer that. We've got there's a bit of an evolution going here. We've got 3 processes, right? We were talking to Meridian. We've also got a hedge of agreement with Fortescue. And they've also got they've got to get through our 4 values, even before they actually get this green start button. The other project that we've got on and we're supporting is Minister Wood's project with Lake Onzo. We very much want to actually partner in that if we can, and any other innovations that can actually produce energy and create multiples of operators throughout the rohi.
Yeah, Alex De Boer. I own the electric motor vehicle company right here in town. I'm just a little bit confused because the future for all of us, particularly the job market, relies on electricity. Everything's going to be run by electricity eventually. Data centres, you name it. Artificial intelligence, virtual reality, a lot of jobs are going to be structured around that. And you're talking about exporting our energy. As green hydrogen, you're basically exporting energy to others so they can make money out of it. And it doesn't seem to me that we've got enough energy already, because already we've got the power plant up there in Huntly running on coal, coming from Indonesia. We've also got no baseload energy coming on stream. We've got a lot of solar, a lot of wind, but it's not baseload. Big companies overseas are not going to come to New Zealand and create jobs and start up businesses if you tell them it's going to be fired up by a solar panel until we can get storage sorted. So you're talking about baseload energy coming out of the system, not being replaced, because no government, no one in New Zealand seems to want to build any more hydro plants, so they'll take a long, long time to even come on stream. And I just think we're putting too many horses together just because of TY and just because of the fact that they could be closing, which is not even a guaranteed issue at the moment. China right now is having to close down aluminium plants because they don't have the energy to run their country. And in fact, they're going for a lot of nuclear power, which could one day put them right at the forefront of the cheapest energy in the world. So here we are trying to say, let's export our energy, let's focus on TY as being a hydrogen plant. Right now here in Invercargill, we've got very, very pure silicon, which does take energy to produce. That could make solar panels. The solar panels we produce could then be assembled, and we could use the sun's energy to produce energy, because here in hydrogen production, you're losing 64%, well, 64% of the energy is wasted in terms of producing the hydrogen from water. You know, there's a lot of question marks around this that I find really haven't been thought through carefully.
There's quite a few. There's a really long answer there. But what I would say is that, I mean, and James can answer separately, we're in the generation development business, there is an incredible amount of people out there in the market at the moment, and not just traditional players, but new players. We go to sites and someone's bought them a year ago, so there's a lot of development going on renewables. So we believe there's plenty of scope for renewable energy development in this country. And if we get some kind of certainty around this location, the wind resource is phenomenal. So we believe there's a lot that we can do to grow our economy. I mean, it's no different to exporting aluminium or exporting dairy. You know, we're exporting a bunch of stuff, which is ultimately goes to an energy base. It's not a different concept really. But oh, sorry, you need a mic.
No, I've got it. I just want to respond to the question about with relation to Ngāi Tahu's various machinations. The first point is, whilst we have many friends, we do not have an exclusive arrangement with Fortescue. Fortescue wanted that, but we were not prepared to make that. They made a very intelligent bid for our attention, rather more promptly than some of our fellow New Zealand entities. I wouldn't like to name any of them in particular. That's a relationship which is productive. Their primary need will be as a customer, but they are willing and very keen to participate. But Ngāi Tahu has only one exclusive relationship. It is with the Crown under the treaty. And thank you.
Come on. Yep. All good? All good?
Okay, you survived. Well done.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
You get to walk off the podium. That's all good. Congratulations, you've made it. Thank you, gentlemen. I know how nervous you were getting up on the podium today, but you did very well, Guy. Kia koe hoki, James. And it's interesting, it's some of the terminology that you hear quite often. Participation as opposed to partnership means a lot. And I think when talking to, as you say, local iwi, especially mana whenua, it is about partnership. And that's because with partnership comes 50-50 in payment. Kia ora. Okay, let's move along, shall we? I believe we're into session 4 on our agenda, on our program. Ladies and gentlemen, primary production, the future of food and fibre. Food and fibre production and regenerative agriculture. Can I ask speakers Milton Munro from the PGG Wrightson and Professor Frank Griffin from the University of Otago. Are you speaking together or one at a time? Is it a dog and pony show as well? Or two great mares just getting up there? Stallions. Here we go. Great Danes. No, don't you say. Stallion. Are you going stallions? Ready to pasture. No. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. If I can invite our next speakers, Milton Munro from the PGG Wrightson Group and Professor Frank Griffin from the University of Otago. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm welcome to the podium.
Kia ora. Firstly, distinguished guests. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here. And after listening to all that really heavy-duty investment, I'll give you a rather light pre-afternoon tea outline of regenerative farming. Okay? So, what I want to do in a few minutes is explain to you a little about regenerative farming or regenerative agriculture, because obviously it's a topic which is now bandied around widely. It's wonderful to be in an audience when you mention regenerative, you don't see half the audience scowling. Because that's normally what happens when you go into a farming group and you mention regenerative, they say, we've heard all we ever need to hear about regenerative. So it's lovely to hear Regenerative endorsed. Thank you, Ivan, for the invitation to be here. It's a great honor to speak to this group. And what I want to do is explain to you a little bit about where we're coming from in Otago and how that fits into the education modality, and then a little bit about regenerative agriculture. So that's where we'll try and head. So 5 years ago, we set up a group at Otago called Ag at Otago, and this was one of the research themes at the university. And basically we had obviously a very noble mission statement about things we could try and do, and that was how could we sort of interface with farming and act as an advocate in some of the science around farming. How could we in fact look at some of the difficulties and try and resolve them? How could we most of all look at the facets of food production where we have skills at the university, which is nutrition, and see basically could we add value to food by accrediting nutritional values. And lastly, we wanted to talk about things like sustainability. And that group came together, and basically we have a board or an executive, and you notice here we have got 5 academics and 1 real person. And this is a person who comes from the real world, not academia. And we thought it was very important to have such a person bring common sense and rationality to academic discussions. And that is Anna Campbell from Abacus Bio. We have just appointed a professor of agricultural innovation, Craig Bunt, who is a pharmacist by training initially, but this is the group that essentially organizes Ag at Otago. The themes under which we operate are threefold. First of all, we wanted to look at the productivity within agriculture, how we produce our food, and that's not necessarily more, but it's the characteristics of the food we produce. Secondly, with the food dimension, can we add value to food and add value to our primary products? Lastly, in terms of the environment, can we look at ways to sustain activities within the environment and food production? And most of all, do this in the context that profit is still part of that equation if we're going to look at environment. So we're talking about sustainability with profit. And what we wanted to ensure was that the areas we involved ourselves in were driven by the producers, not by scientists dreaming up new ideas. So basically we were going to go to the farming community, ask them where were their concerns, and then see could we offer any kind of inputs which would be relevant in those areas. And then we went from there to produce an undergraduate teaching program, and this is what we came up with in the end. We came up with a new program called Bachelor of Applied Science. And applied science is quite different from science, because in science what you do is you start at a broad base and end up with a very narrow specialty. In the case of applied science, it's different. It's more like Ayers Rock, in that you can split it between 2 disciplines. So what we wanted was agriculture as the dominant discipline, and then we wanted to combine that with science, which we call agri-tech, or with commerce, we call agri-biz, or agri in the environment, which is agri-environment. So this way we could essentially brand a series of subspecialties in agriculture and show that the graduates had aspirations to operate in certain areas, and these would bring with them completely different kind of, and these are the papers we offer, and we won't go into the detail. So that now has been running for the last, this is the third year just coming up, and we have about 40 to 50 students as part of the program each year. So we have a degree in agriculture. If we ask ourselves the question, do we really need anything new in agriculture in New Zealand? We believe, yes, we could make a contribution. Firstly, we know there are major issues around the climate and around the environment. We know that, in fact, if we look at the status of New Zealand, it contributes more greenhouse gases per unit of GDP than any country in the world. So we sit at the top of the league in terms of agricultural production and greenhouse gas emissions. So we have to try and resolve that reality. Then we look at other things. We obviously now are moving into an area where we need to accredit our food as having certain properties, and that will require us to use science to essentially accredit the food as having nutritional values or whatever. And we believe that if we in fact ultimately get it right, we can return to a stage where we can produce sustainable agriculture, which produces nutritious food. It could, in fact, instead of having negative, but have positive effects on the climate, and it still makes profit for the farmer. So that's where we've ended up. If we look at agriculture, where it's come from in the last 100 years, it's been a remarkable transition. After the Second World War, there was the concern that globally we were going to have a food crisis and we couldn't feed the world. And at that stage, Borlaug decided that in fact what we needed to do was to farm in a different way. And he started he was a geneticist, and he started what was called the Green Revolution. And the Green Revolution essentially concentrated on unique varieties of food-producing plants, and this is here is wheat. And he said, well, we have to look at the characteristics of the wheat we're using to produce our wheat. So instead of having tall wheat, which in fact was subject to lodging, like here in wind and rain, he said, I'll use a shorter brand of wheat. I also want wheat which is resistant to the main pathogen which affects wheat, which is wheat rust. So what we now have is a stunted plant which is resistant to diseases. And this essentially was the start of a revolution in food production from specified food cultivars. Then that was followed by a whole range of different interventions, all of which have had a huge impact on the amount and the quality of foods we produce globally. Borlaug's suggestion was we take unique cultivars and we grow them as monocultures. That's much more efficient than having polycultures and all sorts of things. Secondly, we capture water through irrigation and we make dry lands productive. We use mechanization, and you can see we here in New Zealand have done very well in that equation, where we have produced world record amounts of wheat up in Canterbury each year for 2017, 2020. Then we've obviously used extensive use of chemicals, because when you grow monocultures, they're intrinsically more susceptible to disease, so you have to manage them differently. So by using monocultures meant we have to use obviously various agrochemicals to contain the pathogens and the diseases which could affect those animals. Then obviously over the world we heard about the Amazon basin. We can see here what's happened in the world to create more farmland. We have deforested large parts of the planet. We have now reached a stage where part of the Amazon basin are no longer methane sinks, they're emitters of methane. So the plants in those basins now essentially are producing methane emissions. Lastly, we have the other facet which we have looked at here in New Zealand, which is wetlands. We have drained the wetlands, and this is what New Zealand looked like over 100 years ago. And you can see all these wetlands are now gone. So we have obviously changed the whole architecture of the areas we produce food. The question then is, if we're to look at what's happened, the developments in the last 100 years, can we conceive of a way we can produce food efficiently, sustainably, in balance with nature and in balance with the many demands that are placed on food producing systems nowadays? And we believe that yes, if we use existing technologies, we can achieve sustainable, chemical-free food production, and we believe that if we look at nature, it will provide us with lots of answers to produce food effectively and with a low footprint. One of the areas we thought was worth exploring was regenerative systems. And if we look at regenerative agriculture, you see it's a sort of the antithesis of the Green Revolution. It's basically countering many of the expansionary things we use to produce more food very efficiently. And here we have the model. Here we have essentially, if we're going to have regenerative farming, these are the criteria. Firstly, we cause minimal disturbance to the soil because we regard a stable soil base as very important for producing food. Secondly, we have crop diversity. Thirdly, we have the ground covered. We don't have bare ground, because if we have bare ground, obviously that absorbs heat and causes damage within the soil. Then we need to have things growing in the soil, and we'll show you why in a moment. And lastly, instead of regarding animals as the problem in agriculture, we believe we can look at animals as making a positive contribution to the whole balance of agriculture. You can't have balanced plants without herbivores which graze it. And we believe we could change the way we look at livestock and create a positive rather than a negative impact. Why do we have, if we just go back here, why do we want to talk about crop diversity as one of the major features? Well, to talk about crop diversity relates to how plants grow in the soil. Each plant will have different characteristics in what happens underneath the ground. And they here have a completely different kind of root system. So you can see here, if we use ryegrass and clover, that's what we get. We get activity in that small area of the soil. We get nothing going on down here. So when you use monocultures, the only thing you gain from that soil is the activity of that root in that part of the soil. If it's a deep rooting plant, it goes down like that. If it's a shallow rooting plant, it goes like that. So that means if you're growing ryegrass and clover, everything is happening in the top 4 or 5 inches of the soil. Nothing happens anywhere else. Which means you can produce grass and you can produce clover, but nothing else is happening in the soil. If you use a mixture of plants, then you can essentially harvest all the different parts of the soil, and these each will contribute to the success and fertility and water retaining capacities and everything else in that soil. And this is because of the very special characteristics of plants and how they grow in soil. And here we look at a plant, and you can see here it's a monocot, or a grass-like plant, and you can see what it has is microorganisms which ensheath the whole plant. So just like we have a microbiome, which are microorganisms growing on our body and in our body, so does a plant. And each plant has a unique microbiome which it assembles around its growing parts. So when you get a seed, that seed will have on it microorganisms, and that will contribute to the genetic capacity of that plant. So it's an amazing living system. And by creating a variety of plants in your soil, each of these will create a different microcosm, and each will contribute to the overall fertility and vitality of the soil. So these plants here grow inside the soil. They have it all over the leaves. And if we look at what's going on at the plant level, you can see here, here's a plant which is grown conventionally with normal nitrogen fertilizer, and you can see its roots are relatively inconspicuous. Here we look at a plant growing in a nutrient-rich area, and you can see it's got all these globules, and these essentially are globules of carbohydrate assembled by the plant after it's photosynthesized carbon dioxide. So this here you can appreciate is a really active plant which has a whole lot of nutritious products being shared throughout the soil. Here's what happens when you grow plants in a regenerative system rather than a conventional system. And here we have plants which have been grown for 10 years regeneratively. That is no till, no disturbance, nothing. And you can see here, this is what the soil looks like. It's got organic material right throughout it. So this particular soil here is accumulating carbon and is essentially increasing in fertility on an annual basis. By contrast, this is a conventional soil, which all we do is just sort of put a bit of fertilizer on and leave it alone. And these, you can see here, we've obviously got activity up here, but we don't have activity down here. So using a regenerative model of mixed polyculture, we can create fertile soil as part of the cycle of growth. And that's what we've got essentially here. You can see if you look at the content of that soil, you can see that the soil at the top has equivalent amounts of carbon stored in it. As we move down, you can see we now have twice as much carbon here as we have there. Here we have 3 times as much carbon as we had there. And so we're using the plants to accumulate carbon, which comes from photosynthesis and uptake of carbon dioxide, and that gives us an increasingly fertile soil base in which to grow our plants. So over time, with mixed cultures of plants, you should be able to almost replace the need for artificial stimulants, because the plants are doing that by exchanging all the material in that area of roots throughout the soil, and they're generating this increased fertility. So apart from producing a mixture of plants in your pastures, also the way you graze the pastures also seems to be very important. And here you can see we have obviously a mixed pasture. with broadleafs and all kinds of different plants growing in it. And here we have some cows. This is a dairy farm. And the secret here is we have tall grazing. We mob the animals to graze through that, but we don't graze it down low. We leave a whole lot of the organic material behind. So we will eat the top half of the grass and leave the other half behind. And the animals will trample that into the ground. They'll poo all over it. They'll urinate all over it. And then that gets embedded in the soil. And that will recover 10 times quicker than if you graze it right down to low levels. Because if you graze it to low levels like a golf course, then what you end up with is this dilemma here. You can see here, if we in fact graze the plant very low, what happens is we've removed all the photosynthetic leaves, so the roots die. And you can see here at 70%, we've damaged quite a lot of the roots die. If we only take 50% of the plant away, it can recover very quickly. So it's not just the polyculture you use to feed the animals, but it's also the way you graze the pastures to get your benefits. If we look at regenerative farming, and I say this when we're talking to farmers who are obviously very conservative and don't want to even entertain the idea of regenerative agriculture, where's the future of regenerative agriculture? Well, the future is that most of the major food producing companies in the world have said they want regenerative product delivered to their factories. And we have here Nestle has in fact got 500,000 farmers involved in a program exploring regenerative agriculture. General Mills have put a whole bunch of money into support of regenerative agriculture. Danone say they will only use regeneratively produced milk in their food products. Google, all these guys have endorsed RA, or regenerative agriculture. Here we have the one which I think is most interesting, which is Merino, New Zealand. Merino of New Zealand have said we will only acquire wool from regeneratively farmed animals. And as most farmers would say, but what is regenerative? And I say, I'm not sure. It's something different than what you do conventionally, but we're not quite sure where it is. And they say, well, we don't know what it is either, and the Merino guys don't know what it is, but their clients say that's what they want. And if that's what they want, that's what we'll give them. So, but there is a stamp of quality, and I think that's the important thing to recognize, that your consumer is making statements about what they want to either put into their body or what they want to wear and how that affects their persona. So there is a very big move to look at regenerative systems. If we now look at the cost and benefit of regenerative production, here we have an example of this here is meat produced regeneratively or conventionally. And you can see here, we here have, this here is the dark columns are conventionally produced food. If this was in America, this is America, this essentially would be food produced in feedlots, or that kind of food, a conventional food system. And you can see if you produce a kilogram of red meat in a conventional system in the United States, the carbon footprint is 33 kgs. So that's the footprint you leave behind every kilogram of red meat you produce. If you produce food using a regenerative system, you change the whole dynamics. Because now what you're starting to do is store carbon. So just like I showed you in that photograph, as the soil gets darker and has more organic material in it, it becomes richer, it becomes more porous, it changes in a number of ways. And you can see now, instead of having a carbon footprint which dissipates carbon, now it stores carbon. So for every kilogram of hamburger meat you produce, you essentially store 3.5 kilograms of carbon. So there is no negative downside in terms of greenhouse gases or anything in that system if you're using a completely sort of standard system. And so you can see that it's positive. So if we look in the future, what's the future of regenerative agriculture, or what is the future of agricultural production here in New Zealand? Where are we headed and where are we going to go? Well, I believe that red meat should be a part of the future of New Zealand farming, and I believe we have to look at, rather than quantity, quality. In the farming business in New Zealand, we're no longer in the business of feeding the world with cheap commodities, because we can't afford to. The costs intrinsic in farming now are so high that if you're going to produce red meat, you're going to have to be paid a very handsome price for producing it. but you can still produce it in a climatically sensitive way. And here you can see, obviously, we can produce food organically. There was a problem with organic production of food because it became so difficult to accredit and verify your product that, in fact, it never really became a major sort of system. We believe that if you're talking about combining organic, you could combine organic and regenerative, and this way you could capture the genes from the old food products and put them back into modern cultivars, and this way produce essentially a combination of regenerative and organic food. And both those could fit the same equation. The question then is, what about alternative foods? Everyone is very concerned now that we're going to replace milk and meat with synthetic foods or plant-based foods, and obviously these have become very popular. And for a family like I've got, which are all vegetarian, obviously this suits them very well, because they can now have alternatives to red meat, and that's obviously very attractive. So here we have, obviously, the Beyond Burger made from plants, and then we have milk in all kinds of variety that never was near a cow, and we ask ourselves the question, is this the future for milk production? And will dairying become so expensive as to become essentially unattainable? My belief is that if we're going to sell dairy foods, we have to essentially accredit them as having unique characteristics, because I believe that milk is the most sacred commodity on earth. Milk evolved to feed the most vulnerable individual, which is the newborn. So milk contains more nutrients than any food product we know. And if it's going to be replaced, it obviously, replacing it with a yeast culture that produces casein is nothing like milk. So we can have alternatives, but they're never going to be milk. And the same, we go and look at our food products. We can produce synthetic meats, and we can grow them in the lab, and we can see every week in the paper billions of dollars being spent for these companies to produce synthetic meat. I believe New Zealand's future is here. We have to produce high-value food products produced in appropriate environments where we have, obviously, limited chemical use. I'm not anti-fertilizer, but I do believe that we have to manage the chemicals we use, because each of these are a part of the whole equation. And we talk about methane management and giving animals things to produce less methane. You have to ask yourself the question, if animals routinely produce methane and we put an inhibitor which prevents them producing methane, do we change the whole metabolism of the animal? So we can't change one thing without other things changing. So what we have to do is to look back to nature and say nature has the answers. It can produce beautiful foods which are nutritious, healthy, very valuable, and I think this is where our future is. We have to move from a market which pays us $10 for commodity food products to pay $80 to $100 for products they value. We have seen that being achieved with venison. We can see now that obviously in recent times lamb is moving into that area. We in our lab use lamb as the champion. We regard lamb to be the hero, because we believe you can use selection genetically to produce lamb of all kinds of different characteristics, and that will be the future for success. I've been concerned always about New Zealand competing on a world stage with a commodity-based product system, because that essentially will give you limited amounts of margin. And what we've said here is, if you're going to get into the commodity game, you're going to end up on a race to the bottom. So you've got to be very careful. If we're going to produce food, we have to concentrate on the quality, we have to concentrate on accrediting it, and I believe regenerative models may in fact make some contribution to get us there in essentially a low chemical environment. So that's where we're looking at. At this stage, we're working with a group of dairy farmers, some beef and lamb farmers, and now some high country farmers, all of whom are using regenerative systems. And the one thing I can say about regenerative farmers is they're either silly or they're the happiest people on the planet. Because people tell me when you go out to a pasture which has got all kinds of mixed cultivars growing in it, and you see birds nesting on the ground, you see insects everywhere, that tells you there's something good happening. So I believe New Zealand can lead the world in high quality food products, and I think some of the systems used regeneratively will contribute to that end goal. So it doesn't have to be less profitable. It certainly won't produce more quantity, but it can produce, I believe, a sustainable managed system which will be climatically sensitive and appropriate. So I think New Zealand, as it's done before, with when we talked about nuclear, it led the world in the concept of not playing that game. In the same way, I believe that New Zealand agriculture can show that it can develop systems which are climatically sensitive. We'll talk a bit about it tomorrow. And it can produce food of the highest quality, which will be expensive. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Milton Munro, and look, on behalf of PG Wrightson, so PG Wrightson are New Zealand's largest agricultural supply company. We've got fingers into recommendations into farms, into our horticultural operations, into livestock, into wool, into real estate. We get involved in quite a bit in the rural sector, and it's a real honour and a pleasure to be able to speak today, and also to be able to help sponsor today's event and get something like this happening. Now, you may be able to tell, I do have a slight speech impediment. This is a bit of a treat for me. I'm not actually travelling anywhere to present for the company. This is my home patch. I'm born and bred here in Southland. I was born in Riverton. I live here in Invercargill. This is my home patch. The business has tried many times to pull me out of Invercargill and out of Southland. That may happen when I'm in a box somewhere. And look, I'm going to take a very different approach than Frank. And it was actually, I have to say, look, on a personal note, it's been absolutely brilliant to follow actually one of my university lecturers. You could have to say the style hasn't changed from first year biology. It was absolutely amazing there. Thank you, Frank. I'm going to take a slightly different approach, and I'm going to warn you now, I will stay as far away from that microphone as I can. The more excited I get, the louder I will get, the more flamboyant I will get, so if it does get a little bit loud, suck it up. Look, when I was asked to put a presentation together around regen agriculture, I think we've spoken a lot about regen and what regen is and what it isn't. And I think still as an industry, we've still got a lot of way to go to actually land on a definition as to what regen agriculture is. I think there's a lot of good things coming out of regen, and I agreed with most of what Frank said there. I think we do need to look at what we are doing with our carbon footprint for farming and what we can do to help repair some of the damage we have caused over the past years. I'm going to look at a slightly different aspect. I'm going to look at right here, right now, and what practical options our primary producers have to actually be able to manage this, the conversion from a traditional sort of a polluting, if you will, to borrow a term, primary industry to one that is more carbon neutral, one that is more environmentally sustainable. So, allow me to set the scene a little bit, and I do bear with me. You know, the primary industry is facing a mountain. Now, I would have loved to have had a beautiful picture of one of our takatimus up here, but we are going to have to go with Aoraki because, well, it was a pretty good photo and looks pretty good on my wall at home. This is the mountain that our primary industry are facing. We've got everything from climate change and carbon and new legislation and new discussions, and you'll have read in the newspapers yesterday about increased charges coming to farming entities to help pay for their part they play in our carbon problem. We've got major issues around animal welfare, and we've seen changes in legislation and in the code of conduct. We've got information coming out around recycling and zero waste, and how our primary producers are really got to get their act together and minimise their waste footprint. We've got increased pressure around land use change. We've got biodiversity issues. We've got environmental management and sustainability. I love how I can put that into one just small phrase, but that is a huge cornucopia of problems and headaches and everything. And then throw on top of it all public perception of farming. This is the mountain our primary producers have got to climb. And you stand there looking up at this and you are overwhelmed by it. It's a frightening prospect. And it's very easy, as Sally already said, to jump into that doom and gloom mindset. It's, you know, it's all over. We can't do this. It's insurmountable. There are no options. I can't see a pathway through this. And if I jump onto Google and I look for image search for gloomy, frustrated farmer, I spit back 763 examples straight off the bat. Now, what you may have realized in the brief moment I've been talking is I'm actually quite different from this. I'm an optimist. I actually think the glass is not only half full, I'm actually pleased someone has brought me something to drink. I actually think this is a major opportunity for our farming sector. I think this is a huge opportunity for the primary industries. I think not only is there a silver lining to the clouds here, there's a rainbow shining through it. Now, I do get told sometimes, you know, I view the world with rose-tinted goggles, but so be it. What I want to do today is I want to share some of the reasons why I am optimistic, why I am excited for the future, and why I think this is going to be a good thing. Because there are some practical things we can do. We can look at diversification. We can look at integration. We can look at technologification. And we can look at intensification. Now, I know I made that third word up, but I wasn't going to have a combo breaker. They all had to end in a shon. There are some very practical things we can do, and I'm going to take you through on a whirlwind tour on some of the things that are available to us right here, right now. But before we do that, it is really important that we acknowledge the journey that has been made. I've been lucky enough to be in the primary industry. I never set out to be in the primary industry. I just sort of fell into a role in farming, and I have loved my career ever since. And I look back at over the nearly 20 years I've been involved in the primary industry, and I can see we have made an enormous journey. You know, it'd be very easy to think that we are at the road, standing there looking up at the mountain thinking, how the hell are we going to do this? We're not there. We haven't climbed the mountain yet, and I will be bluntly honest, the steepest faces are in front of us, but I reckon we've broken through the tree line. We've actually accomplished a lot. I think back over my career and I think about working with farmers nearly 20 years ago, doing blanket fertiliser recommendations across the farm. I now see them tailoring their fertiliser applications to the fertility in the paddocks. I think about the way we used agrochemicals 20 years ago and the changes we've made across the 20 years. We have done a lot of good things as an industry. We are nowhere near finished. It won't be done in my lifetime. It probably won't be done in my kids' lifetime. We have got that mountain to climb, but we're not standing at the base staring up. We have accomplished a lot. We've just got a hell of a lot more to do. So let's jump in. Diversification. So this is bringing in new crops and concepts. Now, this is something we should be very familiar with here in Southland because we have a fabulous example of diversification. Oats and oat milk. When I think back when I started my career, I actually started my career working for a fertilizer company and then very quickly learning that I didn't really like fertilizer, and I ended up working as an agronomist. And I spent a lot of time growing oats in Southland. And it's quite an exciting proposition to see this coming through. You know, Frank talked about alternative milks and alternative protein sources, and oat milk is a fantastic alternative for those who choose not to drink milk and want to go down a different pathway. And what better place in the world to make oat milk than in the home of the greatest oats that you can grow? We grow the best oats. And okay, look, it might be a wee bit jingoism coming through there. I am very passionate about our arable industry here in Southland, but I do think we have the best oats. And they're not just good for making milk out of either. These are becoming an amazing tool for use on farm, for catch cropping, for coming in after other crops to try and soak up the excess nitrogen that is being left in there by having animals in those paddocks and grazing. They can become a valuable source of green feed. And this year, over the last couple of years, we've seen a huge explosion in the amount of farmers down here using oats either as a catch crop or as a supply into oat milk or into harroways. This is a fantastic tool and a way our growers and our farmers have diversified from their standard sort of livestock base. But we're not limited to the wonderful wide world of oats. There are a lot of other things we could look at diversifying here in Southland. These are just a few that just straight off the top of my head. I mean, vegetable production. And we don't assume, Southland to be the mecca of horticultural production. I talk about vegetables. You might go think Pukekohe or Awakuni or parts of Canterbury. But I'll tell you what, we grow fantastic vegetables down here in Southland. Amazing carrots, amazing parsnips, great Brussels sprouts, and we're continuing to push the envelope in new, weird and wonderful crops. Something very near and dear to my heart is ornamentals, and it comes from actually a university job. I spent a couple of seasons working on tulip farms down here in Southland. We grow amazing ornamentals, and we actually used to have a vibrant ornamental market down here in Southland. We used to grow hydrangeas and peonies and lilies and lots of other different flowers, and again, it's still something that would easily be there and could easily fit in as a diversification to our farming. The third crop along there is actually a clover crop for small seed production. Having been involved in small seed production for many years, Southland has a great geographical isolation. It's one of the few times we might be able to say it's a good thing. We don't get a lot of cross-contamination with other crops that are growing down here, but likewise, we also achieve very good results. We tend to have a fairly regular rainfall. And we don't need irrigation. We can grow really good small seed crops here in Southland. We just need the infrastructure to be able to manage it. And finally, one of the parts of my business I work in quite heavily is our horticultural side of the business. And it's certainly something which hasn't really been tapped into or explored for Southland. There are opportunities as we are seeing changes in climate down along the country. We will see the movement of some of our apple markets, some of our early season apple markets. For anyone in the room who likes eating a Honeycrisp, personally I can't stand them, but they would suit some of our northern Southland environment. We know we've actually got some great heritage varieties of fruit that grow very well here. We've got success with blueberries. There are still options within horticulture for us to look at. There are a lot of things we could do in diversification, but, and it's a big caveat here, is diversified agriculture and horticulture will require infrastructure and investment. We've tried a lot of different crops in our time, and I harken back almost 20 years to Crops for Southland. Some of you in this room might be able to remember Crops for Southland. I remember getting excited. We were going to be growing wasabi, we were going to have peonies, we were going to have all these wonderful crops which we know grow incredibly well here in Southland. If we don't have the infrastructure for these crops, we don't have a home for them. One of the reasons why oat milk will be successful here in Southland is because we're going to be building the facilities to be able to manage it. So a real caveat to diversification is it will take investment, and it will take infrastructure, and it will take know-how. Let's talk about integration with sustainable practices. Now, I do have a question here, a little bit of audience participation. Can anybody here in the room tell me what is the most sprayed crop in New Zealand? What was that, sorry? Potatoes. Close, but not quite. I do actually have a little, there is a prize, there is a chocolate fish, the traditional New Zealand reward for a question well answered. Potatoes is close, but you are not quite right. Not tomatoes. Go more into the soil. Who said onions? Oh, Sally, I can drop it off to you when I come back and sit down. Yes, indeed, if I don't drop it on the ground. The most sprayed crop in New Zealand is, in fact, the humble onion. By a country mile too. It's about twice as many sprays as what a potato crop does, which is unusual considering it is usually when you grow onions, they are the most inhospitable environment you could ever come across. They've got a lot of natural repellency effects, but there are some fairly major problems with growing onions. They are very susceptible to insect predation, they are very susceptible to disease, and one of the problems, and apologies here, you can't quite make it out, but if you were to have a look quite closely, Scott, can you see the little yellow lines in there, the little yellow dots? That is something called an onion thrip, and that is the major problem we have, these tiny little yellow dots that are on there. Not only will that cause your onions to be a little deformed, which I really don't have a problem with, what we find in New Zealand is it actually causes massive amounts of storage rot. So you might be able to harvest a decent crop of onions, and then about 3 months into the season, you go to pull them out of cold store, and they're basically piles of goo. Conventional methodology to control onion thrips is about 12 to 16 sprays of some pretty horrific chemistry. Yep, I just heard someone say, oh God, I believe me, this was one of the things when I started in the industry, I was a wee bit like, really? We're doing what? We're spraying what? We've been spending probably the last 10 years working with the universities to try and find a solution to this. And we've actually got quite a sophisticated solution. This is a photo of one of the fields we've actually been working in Pukekohe. Now what this photo doesn't do justice for is around the outside of the paddock we actually have two rows of companion plantings of borage and buckwheat. Plants that produce a lot of nectar, which brings in a lot of insects, a huge amount of insects. Then what we're doing is running between the onion rows, we're actually putting down, in this case here, it's actually some hay from some seeds, some grain we were harvesting, and we allow that to rot in between it. So we're bringing in insects to feed on the nectar, we're bringing in insects to feed on the rotting vegetation. We get a lot of fungus gnats and that arriving in as well. And what this does is it gives the crop a source of food for our beneficial insects. Our beneficial insects, the insects that prey on those horrible little yellow thrips in there, it gives them a source of food. And what we've been able to prove is we've been able to reduce our chemical applications onto onion crops by 2/3. And what we've managed to do is we don't have to use the horrible, nasty, harsh chemistry anymore. We're now using softer chemistry. We're using biological molecules. These are biologically derived secondary metabolites from bacteria and fungi. We're able to use a lot of soft chemistry. This is naturally derived, very low tox profile chemistry, and we're able to modify and change our entire way we manage and grow onions. So it is possible to do high-end production in sustainable ways. And there's a lot of other things we can do, and look, I'm not going to cover too much of the ground Frank already has, because we would totally, we'd agree, we'd talk about, soil conservation and managing our soils and looking after the organic matter in it. Minimum tillage agriculture used to be, when I started in the industry, everyone in Southland only needed a plough, and that was the only thing you ever required, a piece of machinery. Glad to see most of the ploughs now sit in the shed going rusty and dusty. We've moved to these minimum tillage situations. It's about biocontrol agents, about using biological control of insects, pests and diseases, but it's also around using biological products. And most of you probably won't be familiar with the symbol in the middle there. It's a government-sponsored group called A Lighter Touch. I sit on one of the research panels for it, which is looking at using biological products, using plants' natural defense mechanisms, looking at using biostimulants, looking at using soft chemistry in the place of the harder chemistry we used to use a lot of 20 years ago. It's also looking about some of the sustainable practices we have with our animal management. And of course, winter cropping, a very contentious issue for us here in Southland, and with the work we're doing and helping to try and give farmers tools and plans to be able to manage that better. Technology, bring on the gadgets and the data. Very quickly, I am what is colloquially known as a Kia. I like shiny things. The more shiny bells and whistles it has, the more likely I am to want it. If anyone's looking for a Christmas stocking filler for me, gadgets, any gadget, I don't care what it does, I collect them, I want them, and I love technology, and I'm going to try and restrain myself to only spending a couple of minutes talking about this. But one of the key things to keep in mind is the basic premise of decision making on farm or on orchard. When we go out onto farm, we collect data. We spot things in the paddock, we find things, we gather that data, and then continually we're translating that data into information. Data on its own doesn't have any value to us. Information is what is useful. Then we take that information and using our knowledge, we make an action. We take an action on the farm. So I might go into a paddock of wheat and I'm looking for disease, I'm looking what the different diseases are, I'm taking that information, I'm translating it into, I know how much disease is not a problem, how much disease is a major problem, and how much disease is a crisis problem. And I'm using that to build a recommendation. I look at what types of disease there are, and then I make some judgments from there. The problem with this is it's relying on me. You don't have to laugh, Ra. I'm not that bad. But the problem is that I am a human being, and I am liable to make mistakes. And I'm not perfect here. I need there to be something in the paddock for me to see. I need the disease to already be there before I can start recommending changes and decisions from here. We stand on a precipice of a major change to agriculture. Does anyone know what that is? What was that, sorry? Well, yeah, okay, look, I'll give you that one. Might even have an extra chocolate fist for you because that one made me smile. You're right, it is a solar panel, but what it's connected to is a set of sophisticated sensors that are actually able to pick up changes inside that crop. Through the use of sensors, capturing information, spore counts on diseases, crop humidity, moisture levels, soil moisture, electroconductivity, all of these things we can measure inside the soil. Instead of me making a decision off half a dozen data points, I'm now making a decision off 10,000 data points. What happens to the resolution of my decision? It becomes immensely more powerful. Suddenly, I'm now making recommendations prior to the diseases in the crop. Suddenly, I'm making recommendations and I'm making changes before we've even lost any yield. This is incredibly powerful technology. It's data-driven farming, and it's going to be an exciting frontier that's going to really allow us to increase the efficiency of primary production. Now look, I can wax lyrically about what we can do on farm, but look, we're seeing technology available now with drones and drone spraying. We're seeing satellite imagery data, robotics and automation. We're seeing the ability to capture data through the Internet of Things. So Halter, company Halter recently just invested heavily into New Zealand, looking at collars for cows to actually measure their behaviour and pattern in the paddock. We're also looking at things like food traceability and being able to have that whole open and transparent supply chain. So a consumer anywhere in the world can scan a QR code and trace that food right back to its origin, see the paddock it came from. I've got one last piece to wrap it all up. And this is where I get a little contentious. And there's a CEO currently sitting in lockdown in Auckland, my CEO, who's just suddenly had a shiver run down his spine. He's like, shit, what are you about to say, Milton? Because this is reasonably contentious. I'm a big advocate for sustainable intensification. Sustainable intensification, which sounds a little bit like an oxymoron and a dichotomy, is based on simultaneous improvements in productivity and ecosystem health. Growing more on the same amount of land, but then most importantly, doing it in a way that doesn't affect the ecosystem, and then reducing your area of farmland. Produce more with less. Maximize your production in your better country. One of the things New Zealand is very, very bad at doing is we tolerate poor performance. We tolerate poor performing land, we tolerate poor performing animals, we tolerate poor performing crops, and we just go, it's fine. If we focused in on that, we could produce the same amount with the same environmental impact, and then reduce our farming footprint. Retire poorer performing land or sensitive land. A good example would be some work we've been doing with some growers in Canterbury looking at wheat production. 100 hectares of wheat averaging 8 tonnes per hectare. We can, through a lot of different techniques and a lot of different breeding of plant genetics and understanding of the disease and understanding of the technology we can use, we can lift their production to 10 tonnes per hectare with no increase in environmental footprint. So why don't we drop 20% of their farming land? Take 20% of their farming land, put it back into forestry, put it back into native bush. And I can tell you now the overall impact on their farm environmental footprint will be greater than just about anything else I could do. Like I said, quite a contentious point, and happy to debate that at some point. It's a multidiscipline approach, and it focuses on the farm system rather than small connected silos like we're used to dealing with agriculture. But as I said, it has a potential. Sorry, my voice is starting to go. Has the potential to have the single greatest impact on environmental sustainability. All right, some final thoughts. Look, change isn't coming, change is here. Change is here. There are no less than 7 major pieces of legislation that are directly impacting farmers' livelihoods and the way they run their businesses right here, right now. Change is here. And change is scary. No one really deep down actually enjoys change. It takes a mindset refocusing, a shifting, to look at it in a different light, in a different perspective, and see it as an opportunity, a pathway forward for us, for increased efficiency, increased profitability, and increased sustainability. I think we've got some great tools to do it. I think we've got some fantastic tools that are going to come in the future. It is going to take investment. It is going to take infrastructure. And probably most importantly, and linking into this morning's presentations, it is going to take education. We are going to need a new team of people to champion this, to help transition our growers and our farmers to a new sustainable future. There is going to be a lot of work involved. We've got some steep faces to climb, but I think seeing everyone come together today, seeing a community respond like this, we're in a good place to do it. Thanks very much, everyone.
Ka pai tēnā kōrua mō kōrua kōrero. Thank you very much for your very energetic, least to say, conversation about my favourite subject, kai. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, geez, here we go. Destiny and I will come over with some microphones. There's one over this in the middle and on this side here as well.
Where do we want to start? We're going to start over here.
Yep.
Kia ora koutou, Glenn Johnson. I'm with Balance Agri-Nutrients. Look, what I love about the two topics that we've just been through today is how closely linked they are. You know, we've started today talking about green hydrogen. And now we're talking about sort of food production. Probably what I would like to add is New Zealand farmers today use more hydrogen than what TY will be able, a TY equivalent project will be able to produce and export. So I'll just let the room think about what that really means, from export to local. What I'd like to talk about though, or what I'd like to ask. Milton and Frank is, New Zealand very much is positioned to be the world's farmer market or farmers market, producing food that consumers want with high provenance and I guess high quality. We have this definition of regenerative farming. And it's, I guess it's a word which has come from overseas, which has, I guess, very different definitions to what we might use in New Zealand. So I guess my question is, when are we going to get to a point where there is a single definition, where there's a definition of what regenerative farming actually means and actually is, so that we can educate our consumers, but also educate our farmers, so that we can go on that transition to having, truly having the greatest soil and food, in the world.
You want to go first? You go first. I don't believe you need a specific menu to work from. I think what you've got is a large number of variables, any one of which can impact on production. If you look at a model of regenerative farming in Canterbury, it will be totally different than the model for Southland. Because you have to look at your soils, you have to look at your water, you have to look at all sorts of things to decide what you're trying to achieve. But there are certain, I mean, if you talk about carbon storage, there are certain systems you can use, obviously, to encourage carbon storage. You won't get carbon storage if you have ryegrass and you're grazing on that kind of sward. So you have to decide what you want to achieve and then use a number of the items available from your menu. So you could have 20 things on your menu, maybe 5 or 6 of those will work in Southland, another 5 or 6 will work in thing. So I don't think it needs to be some homogenized standard system. You basically, I mean, guys are telling me that when they put in their crops, all sorts of strange things happen. They think their mixed crop is going to come on earlier than their ryegrass, and it doesn't. But then over time they find that it operates in a different way, and that's different from Canterbury to Southland. So I don't think you need a specific formula. And I'm not talking about an anti-fertilizer approach. That's not the issue. The issue is to use the right amount of fertilizer at the right time. So I think it's just a matter of maximizing what we do, and if we do that, the climate gets better, the production systems get better, our profit improves, and we move forward. So I don't think we need something homogenized or standard. It can be different for different places.
Look, I totally agree with Frank there. It's a, I don't think, as scientists and as people who work in the field, from a technical perspective, I don't think we'll ever land on a definition because it is so wide and encompassing. And I think, part of the issue and part of the tension between regen proponents and those who are against it is because they're trying to put it into very firm boxes. And I think, 70-80% of regen, I think, is best management practice. There's a 20-30% piece I'd love to see us explore a bit more and understand what's going on and understand what. I also don't believe we should be throwing out our conventional wisdom around fertilizer use, around agrochemical use, around what we know works inside these plant soil systems. If I take my technical hat off and I put my marketing hat on, that probably doesn't help New Zealand Inc. If we're wanting to have something that we can sell on a global stage, a regen tick or anything like that, I think that will be what will drive a definition, will be our marketers trying to access global markets. But I think on a technical basis, I'm actually kind of happy with it being a bit fluffy. Means we can all play inside it.
Not on. Got it. Yep.
Is it on now? Oh. Kia ora koutou, ko Jen Nolan ahau. I'm here with Rio Tinto, but I want to ask a question on a personal basis as a mad gardener, and it's about your onion crop. I'm just fascinated to see that companion planting, which is something we all do in our gardens at home, and I guess I'm interested in the spray that you can use that doesn't harm the other insects that you're trying to introduce. Obviously, if you use a glycophosphate, that's not going to work. So I'm interested to know what you are using. So sort of slightly off topic, sorry.
Look, that's probably one we should probably catch up offline because, I think everyone's going to get bored if I start going into the intricacies of Group 28 chemistry. But yeah, there are a large number of options. Probably the broader question here is around integrated pest management. And this has certainly been something that we've seen a huge shift in the industry in the last 10 years, actually realizing that by using the very harsh nuclear option in our paddocks, we were actually creating more problems for ourselves. We were wiping out that predator-pest balance, and the pests just exploded. We couldn't understand why. We would spray, kill everything, and then pests would just surge through. So shifting to an integrated pest management where we try our best to not use anything. If we do, it's just to push the levels down. We don't want to get rid of them entirely, so we can let those natural predators, the hoverflies, the lacewings, the ladybugs, the parasitic wasps, have all of them actually act as agents of control in the paddock for us. But I'll let you know what the products are.
I love that you didn't get into that. That's great.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Kia ora koutou, korua. My question's quite quick to help me understand your presentation. You talked about productive land and retiring land And I've heard that used in multiple forums before, and people have very different opinions on what productive land is. Really keen to get your understanding of what you meant by productive land and retiring land.
Okay, very quickly.
30 seconds.
Okay. Very quickly, look, productive land, I mean, we do classify land around New Zealand. We do have a land classification scale, and productive land is anything that sort of falls into the first three categories of that. So it tends to be relatively flat, tends to have good access to water, it's not in our dry areas, tends to be land that we're not constrained by the physical nature of the land, there are no caps for growth or production. Land that might be open to be retireable could be quite steep. There's a lot of steep country we still try and persevere with, which you really have to wonder why. It doesn't fill a very good part of our farming operations. They don't make money off it, it's not financially viable. Those are areas you could look to retire. It could also be areas of the farm which are sensitive in their nature. Perhaps there's a wetland in the middle of it, perhaps there's some springs. You know, we're doing some work at the moment and we're doing some great stuff, and I'm pleased to see I've got Richard in the back of the room around critical source areas and understanding where areas on the farm that could be hotspots of nutrient loss, or they might be of increased biodiversity importance. Those would be areas that we would want to fence off, we would want to retire them completely, let them revert right back to their natural state and become carbon sequestering areas, but also areas of natural biodiversity. So hopefully that clarifies it up, and that's roughly 30 seconds.
So probably just got time for one more question, but during the break, please feel free to ask any questions that you have.
Tēnā tātou katoa, taku mihi. Tuatahi ki ngā papatipurunga o Ngāi Tahu I tēnei rohi o Murihiku. Tēnā koutou o mō koutou manaakitanga kia mātou, ai tēnei wā. Kia ora tātou, thanks for the panellists. Sam Huggard from Air 2 Union. Look, you touched, Milton, on in your presentation on that a lot of this is based on the need for infrastructure and investment. And I guess when any sector's going through rapid transformation, it's an open question to me the extent to which that's funded through private capital or the role for the government in terms of de-risking some of that investment crowding and finance. And if it's the latter, I guess I would want to see that coupled with a commitment to paying workers proper wages, good health and safety standards, investment back into communities. So just any reflections on the appropriate balance between private and Crown in terms of funding this transformation?
Yes.
Kia ora.
No, you don't get off that easy. Look, very, very briefly, look, I'm a firm believer. I think government has a good place to play in the prototype, getting those initial pieces off, whether it's a national government, whether it's a local government, it's getting that initial proof of concept. I always think, and this is me wearing my corporate hat here, once we get past that phase there, that's a good idea for the corporates to come in, for the businesses to come in and look to see how it can truly be commercialised.
Ka pai. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koroa. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You spot on. All about the kai. Well done. Milton, you've got a great voice for radio, I'll tell you what, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we've come to that very important time of the day, afternoon tea. So please get some refreshments, be revigorated. We've got a couple more speakers after afternoon tea, and yeah, we'll get back into it. Okay, boy, how's everyone feeling? Okay, everyone's good? It's interesting that we've got Rio Tinto in the house. Thank you very much, Fire. And I'm really glad that you're interested about the chemicals that you're not killing insects with. It's really good. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, please help yourself to the afternoon tea. Kia ora. Ladies and gentlemen, hoki mai, hoki mai. We're going to restart, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 2 more presentations. I know that people really want to change the world. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou e. Te aroha. If you're not back to your seat by the end of the song, te whakapono. We're sending you the bill. Me te rangi mari e tātou e. Mauri ora ki a tātou. Ka pai, tēnā koutou. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to rock on, as they say, into session number 5 for the program. Government enablement, shifting practice in procurement. The MOE, Ministry of Education Procurement, on system shift. And our speaker today is, I hope I get this right, Aditi Cook, Chief Procurement Officer, Ministry of Education. Is Aditi here? Oh, no, there you are. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we're just going to go straight to the screen. Nō reira, e te whaia no mai hara mai, I wainga nui a tātou I tēnei wā, welcome, and I'll just pass it over to you. Ka pai.
Kia ora tātou. E whānau mai o e te taha o te tawa o Delhi, he uri ahau no India. Kei te noho o ki Wellington, ko Sharma toko whānau, ko Aditi Cook toko ingoa, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm going to try and share my screen, unless you guys have got a copy of my presentation. No. I don't think you do. Let's see if you can. Bear with me. Technology is not my best friend most of the times. Okay. Let's try that again. Are you able to see this? Yep, that's a little yes I heard. That's good enough. Thank you. So, as I said, Aditi Cook, I'm the Chief Procurement Officer for the Ministry of Education. The context of the conversation today really is around just understanding how we enable the sector to do better. We know there's a number of engagements that have been held across government that have determined that the current systems that we have are no longer delivering for Māori-led providers, and we're not actually giving effect or practical effect to the treaty. So the main items of focus that the government processes tend to look at are on compliance. The practices tend to be fairly rigid. There's a hell of a lot of compliance burdens that we put on our suppliers, and we tend to work in silos. So what we really wanted to talk about today, what I really wanted to talk about today, was actually how do we break away from those shackles, because they are self-imposed.
Sorry, we can see your computer home screen.
Oh, you can't see the presentation?
No, we'd hate to see anything else.
Can you see that now?
Great.
Yay, there we go. It's okay. I've just talked about what was on the slide anyway, so I think you're okay. So the context of the conversation today is actually, it's a conversation starter. This is something that we're trying to embed quite a lot into our thinking in the Ministry of Education, in the procurement space, is how do we enable outcomes? You know, up until now, we've been very focused on outputs. And there's a time and a place to focus on outputs, absolutely. But actually, the conversation needs to, when we're looking at transformation and we're looking at multi-generational changes, we need to be looking at outcomes. So I joined the ministry in July this year, and we commissioned a report to understand better how do we engage with our Maori providers at the moment? How do we do our commissioning? And I think those were really candid questions. And what I wanted from the report was a very free and frank report back on what our current state of play was. So the engagement findings, and it was a number of stakeholders that we spoke with. We spoke with internal stakeholders, we spoke with commissioning agencies, we spoke with iwi and Maori organisations as to how ministry was undertaking some of the commissioning activities. And this will come as no surprise to most of the people in the room, that there was a high level of frustration and dissatisfaction as to how we were approaching the engagement. The ministry was working in silos. There was a lack of funding. The contracts that we did were short-term. They were very transactional outputs. The funding relationships were ineffective because we were doing ad hoc agreements for little amounts of money rather than looking at consolidation and bigger volumes. The agreements themselves were very inflexible. They're not very dynamic. We tend to think that it's one size fits all, and we all know that actually that's not very true, especially in the commissioning space. There was an absence of true recognition of the treaty relationships at all levels, which is true. The procurement practices that were being applied were very commercially oriented and not partnering or partnership oriented. The measures that we used to demonstrate success were all government measures, and it's something that I spoke to in my first slide. They were very much focused on compliance, and they were not iwi, hapu or Maori measures of success. But underneath all of that, there was pockets of positive activity in terms of people were beginning to wake up and people were beginning to question the way we were doing things. And us commissioning the report was the step in that direction for us. We also did a provider hui. And again, what we heard back from our providers was that by doing the things the way that we were commissioning work or undertaking work, we were forcing iwi and Maori organisations to compete for the same pot of money, and that pot of money wasn't very big to start with. And the short-term funding arrangements that we have, they don't encourage resource retention, and we know the resource market is fairly tight at the best of times. Our processes are very difficult and time-consuming and costly to respond, and we know this. You know, when we do a request for proposal out to when we do it as an open market, even the commercial entities tell us that our government processes are pretty arcane. They're not cost effective to respond to, and there's not that level of agility that's built into our processes. There is definitely a power imbalance between our relationships between the ministry and the iwi. We need to do better at developing these relationships, and there needs to be more co-design to resolve problems and developing solutions with our providers. We tend to focus, like I've said previously, we tend to focus on the outputs. We seem to go out there with an idea in mind on what our future state needs to look like, and I think we need to move away from that. So overall, I think the state of play for the Ministry of Education, I think we recognise that there are lots of opportunities for us to do this better. The key thing to note is that there is definitely an appetite to move forward in the right direction. And from a procurement perspective, I think we are almost masters of our own destiny here. I think we need to understand what it is that we're trying to achieve. We need to not think about the prescribed way of how we have approached things. And I think we have an opportunity to seek out a different way of how we engage in the future. And I'll touch on that later on. I just also wanted to talk to you very briefly around the Ka Hikatia Ka Hapatia, our Maori education strategy. This has been fundamental, this has been ongoing since 2013. And I think the guiding principles that we have in Ka Hikatia around excellent outcomes, the belonging, being strength-based, having productive partnerships, and obviously having the treaty at the heart of it, I think they could also be our founding principles of how we engage and how we do procurement. I think all of those principles work really, really well with how we want to engage in the future. Our Maori education strategy sets out how we will work with education services to achieve system shifts in education and support Maori learners and their whānau, iwi, hapu to achieve excellent and equitable outcomes. It also provides an organising framework for all the actions that we've said that we're going to take. So it has 5 outcome domains. It has te whānau, it has te tangata, it has te kararotanga, tuakiritanga, and the last one is rangatiratanga. So all of those, I think, need to be at the premise of all procurement activity as we move forward. Moving on, I do have to say this is not just all about procurement. I think we are talking about an ecosystem that needs to be improved, that needs to be looked at. The stuff that we are talking about are not issues that can be solved just by procurement. If you take a commissioning cycle, for example, the decisions of the funding's already been appropriated, the decisions have already been made by the time it comes through to procurement. Now, how we do the final step of the process and how we engage with our suppliers or iwi or hapu is something, yep, we can control, but actually the conversation needs to be much earlier in the piece. We need to look at how we are developing strategies and goals and outcomes, how we are looking at the resources that are going to be and the resource commitments that are required. We need to consider, in my humble opinion, a co-designed solution very early on in the piece. I mean, that strategic shift is something that we are pushing for within the ministry, is actually how do we get the voice heard earlier on in the system, in the process. And by the time it comes to procurement, I think it needs to kind of be seamless, and that co-design stuff needs to happen a lot earlier on. But I can talk to you about what I can control right now, and I can talk to you about what I think the vision of procurement needs to be for the Ministry of Education. We are looking at commissioning and procurement challenges at the moment. We need to change our mindset. We require a bit of a paradigm shift here. We need to look at how we're going to change the way we see things, and we need to see things differently to how we have always done it and how we have always seen it. We do have obligations as a Crown agency. You know, we have the government rules of sourcing that we need to be looking at. But actually, those rules are for us to navigate, and where needs be, we need to be bold enough and brave enough to say, well, actually, the rules don't apply. And the sensible and the right thing to do is to actually approach things slightly differently. And what I'm trying to raise today is actually, from a procurement perspective, in the Ministry of Education, we're willing to be brave and we're willing to test those boundaries. So I think that's actually a very positive step forward. The future, as I see it at the moment, is testing our paradigms. And this is not going to happen overnight, as you can imagine. Stephen Covey, many of you will be aware of the work that he does, and you know the books that he's written, and his view on paradigm shift is actually resonates quite well in this scenario. Is that what we see, our paradigms, well, they determine what we do. They determine how we operate, which in turn determines what we get. So until we change our paradigms, none of the other stuff is going to matter, because we won't be able to move forward. So we need to consciously stand apart and look at our paradigms, and actually acknowledge where if they're distorted, or if they're short-sighted, or they're not right. And I think this is what we were trying to do when we commissioned that report early on in the year, is to have something that did test our sensibilities, a candid appraisal of our practices, because I think that's really important for us to understand. COVID response has shown us that we can work differently, and we can work collectively. And we've also seen how much more effective it is when we look at a community response effort, when we have the engagement of the community to deliver some of those objectives for us. And those efforts have been recognized, and they work better when they are founded on relationships, and they're founded on a high trust model, and they're agile. So again, we go back to the starting point of the conversation, which is we need to break loose of these shackles. You know, they are self-imposed. We need to find a way of, not my way or your way, we need to find a way that works for what we're trying to achieve for Murihiku regeneration. So I rounded off by saying, you know, shifting paradigms is a different alternative. We need to see past our prescriptive approaches and positions, and we need to, this is not just for education, I'm talking about everyone around the table, your local councils, you know, all the other government agencies that may be around the table, stakeholders. We all come with an idea of what we need the future to look like. Well, actually, can we look past those approaches and look past those positions and consider an alternative that is truly collective? And as the slide says there, the whole should always be greater than the sum of our parts, right? So for the success of the program, we must divest ourselves of what we think we know, and we need to work towards a collective outcome that is truly transformational. And that's kind of the end of what I needed to say. But what I did want to have was a discussion today. So I want to take some questions, and I want to open it up to the floor to say, does that feel about right? Is that the step that we need to be moving forward with? What are your views? That's what I'm keen to hear. So I'll open it up to the collective.
Any questions as I stand beside SIT? Kia ora. No? Anyone? Oh, there we go.
Kia ora. I'm curious, in the process you're talking about, the transformation, if a organisation was applying for procurement fundings from Ministry of Education and found themselves trapped in the standard process, who do they go to talk to open up this opportunity of transformation and doing it differently?
Yeah, well, you talk to procurement. Procurement should be the people that should be suggesting an alternative way of doing it. And like I said, the conversation around the co-design and getting the funding, that's a more of a strategic conversation. If you do have the funding available, how we do the commissioning, that is entirely up to us, you know, and not everything needs to be done through the government rules of sourcing. And I'm a huge advocate of that actually everything needs to be risk-based, everything needs to be outcome-based. So where we need to deviate, we are more than happy to do so.
Kia ora, Anna Hofstadler from E2. Just looking at your presentation, we were wondering where the terms and conditions of employees or workers would sit in this framework to ensure that they are entitled to and receiving good employment opportunities through the process.
Well, absolutely. I mean, again, today was just a conversation starter. What I wanted to talk about today was actually changing our mindset to be looking at doing some of that commissioning work differently. None of this is going to be at the sake of compromising employee rights or well-being, or they need to be at the forefront and at the heart of all the considerations that we're going to be making. So, and we need to have the right people around the table to be championing those and raising those issues. Procurement is just one vehicle of achieving those outcomes.
Any more questions? No? Okay. Tēnā koe, Didi. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
We appreciate the energy that you put into your presentation today. Thank you so much. And we look forward to putting in our proposals that they will be passed by you. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
Without any government restrictions.
Well, no, we can't quote me on that. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm really excited to be part of this, the conversation today, and hopefully we can start working together to make a real difference for the people in the region. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Ngā mihi.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Interesting, the conversations we're having today. We're hearing a lot of money being offered. I really do like that part of the kōrero. Do you guys need to set up? Do you need to give the sound? Are you good? Sweet. Ka pai, ladies and gentlemen, we saved the best for last. For our first day, this part of the conversation is the voice of our rangatahi, our youth, intergenerational transformation. Rangatahi Tūmeke Group, our speakers today are Maya Kairo, Nola Cassidy, Jacob Tare, Destiny No, and Angelia Skerritt. If you'd give them a warm welcome, they're pretty nervous, so give them a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And get your little notepads ready, that it's free and available on your tables. Take some notes, you'll need them. The voice of tomorrow. Do you need extra mics? No, you've got this? Okay, here we go. Anō reira e te iwi te whānau, ngā rangatai.
I'd just like to invite up Vice Steve, if you'd like to come, and any of our other mentors. That means come. Vice Stevie, if you'd like to come. Tēnā tātou katoa, tā tipune rawa ko koromaku, tēnā korua. Kia ora, my name is Angelia Skerritt, and I'm one of 5 tuakana who have been gifted the Rangatahi Tūmeke Scholarship. This scholarship has given us the opportunity to gain a more in-depth understanding about what the future may look like for ourselves, our tamariki and rangatahi Māori. On behalf of us tuakana, I would like to thank our kaiako and mentors, Whaia Steph Blair, Whaia Hannah O'Regan, who isn't here today, to Ivan Hodgetts, Matua Ra Dallas, Whaia Stevie Blair, Tā tipina o Regan and Te Runanga o Ngaitahu for presenting us with the opportunity to expand our knowledge and to further our education at today's Wananga. I would also like to acknowledge all those who have presented today and enriched us with their knowledge and immense wisdom. We are truly grateful, and this is an experience we will appreciate for the rest of our lives. The purpose of us learning about the regeneration of Murihiku is because it is a vital key to the health and well-being of the future generations to come. We all came here today asking ourselves the same question: what do the future changes of our community look like, and what can we do to influence those changes? And the question we tuakana have asked ourselves: what knowledge can we contribute to support the changes happening in our community? We've each chosen a kaupapa to talk about that is relevant to us. Destiny.
Kia ora tātou, ko Destiny Naunau tōku ingoa. He uri whakaheke tēnei no tararaki maunga, no kaitahu anō hoki, he hononga anō hoki ki ngā ti haumua. He kai ako ahau ki te kohaka reo o Murihiku. Due to the current revitalisation of our iwi, we as tuakana have been fortunate enough to have been raised on this land and received many of its benefits. This is an acknowledgement to our past and present leaders who have fought for these rights to be as accessible as possible to us. Although we have come a long way as an iwi, we are still withheld from many opportunities that should be our birthright. Many opportunities that shouldn't be privileges, but first nature to our people. This leads us to ask ourselves, what is it going to look like for our children when they face the aftermath of the decisions we make today, just as we have faced the aftermath of the decisions that were made by those before us? Rangatahi Tūmeke is a 5-day wānanga held over the holidays in the school year, which gives rangatahi Māori a chance to learn about mahinga kai and te aki taio. The wānanga also aids us as rangatahi to establish ourselves in a cultural perspective in te ao Māori. Rangatahi Tūmeke, using the teachings and practices of Ngai Māori, teaches rangatahi about te whakapapa o te whenua, ngā pūrākau o tēnei takiwā, me ngā rautaki hei te aki I o tātou taiao. Over the last few weeks, we have had a few hui, and one of the main points that I took away was that there aren't very many rangatahi who leave school and move towards environmental jobs, and those who are working these jobs have no one to pass the mantle to carry on this mahi. This is where Rangatahi Tūmeke comes in. These wānanga have given rangatahi Māori the tools and passion to look after our taiao. For me personally, as a kaiako in kohanga, I've used these skills to teach my mokopuna in kohanga. When we study in the first term with our mokopuna, they learn about tangarua, and I have referred back to the teachings of mahinga kai to teach to my tamariki. When we learn about tāne mahuta, I've learned all about the different karakia and whakapapa that you use in the ngahere to teach to our tamariki also. So why not use this platform to further teach and guide our rangatahi, creating a schooling system based for our rangatahi around the benefits of this kaupapa and create opportunities for these rangatahi to move and grow into your platforms. Who is better to look after our whenua than those who have reaped its benefits? Those who are passionate about it and those who have been looking after our taiao since mai rāno. Waiho mā tātou ngā rangatahi Māori ki te tiaki tō tātou ake taiao. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa, he mihi nui, he mihi orha, kia koutou katoa. Ko karangi toku maunga, ko waipu toku awa, ko harauta toku waka, ko te whanau wata wirirangi rawa ko rakaora oku hapu, ko Jacob Tare toku ingoa. Kia ora, so kia ora everybody, I'm Jacob, I'm a former Vernon College student and I'm studying a Bachelor of Environmental Management at SIT currently. So for generations, there have been multiple disadvantages that our people have been presented with, whether it be racism, the changes to our economy, the battle of inequality in our community and our rights to land as tangata whenua. The controversy is and disagreements is endless, but we can acknowledge that with loss there is a potential gain, and the potential gain presents opportunities for our people. hydrogen production is an exciting opportunity that we support, and that apologies. Yeah, we can help, exciting opportunity that can help our people regain their past as tangata Māori in the short term. But I'd like to know what opportunities and what outcomes there will be for our people over a longer period of time. Our people need support into careers that are long-lasting and fulfilling. Our people should aspire to do more than the physical labour that was intentionally envisioned for us by colonialism. And so this looks like providing opportunities for rangatahi to get qualified for those higher profile jobs, and opportunities to be in positions that that influence decision making, because ultimately we need our young people to be deciding what happens in the future. Okay, the point I'd like to get across is that you talk about job opportunities, but to be honest, what is so great about working a job in a factory producing products for other countries to consume? We need to make sure we do things for our own land and our own people first. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Tangihui te maunga, ko Wairua te awa, ko Mahuhu ki te rangi toku waka, ko Ngāpuhi Ngāti Whātua me te kingitanga o Tonga tōku iwi, ko Nola Cassidy ahau. Kia ora koutou. My name is Nola Cassidy. I'm currently in my second year of teaching intermediate students at James Hargis Jr. I'm sure many of you in here know how crazy teenagers, 12, 13-year-olds can be, so it's pretty full on, it's hectic. So yeah, that's just a little bit about me. So I've got a pātai for everybody in this room today. I want you to cast your mind back to your days of school. Okay, for some of us that may have been many moons ago, but for some of us we're still within that school or education setting. So a pātai I want to put out to you is, what kind of experience was this for you? Was it positive or negative? This leads me to a kōrero that I had with my fellow tuakana here. We were at a Wananga recently where we had a kōrero with some of our teinas, so younger ones that have come through rangatahi tūmeke or we've been to school with. And amongst that kōrero, we asked them the same questions. You know, how is your experience been at school now? There were many positives, such as they enjoyed kapahaka, going to noho marae, being able to experience ngā manu kōrero and sports, etc. However, there was one theme that remained the same. Our teina felt as though they were disproportionately marginalised in terms of opportunities that other students within the school received. Now, this narrative sounds seemingly familiar to us as tuakana, and that was because it was also how we as tuakana felt within our school. Which led me to then think about how within the education system, Māori have been marginalised and assimilated for the past 120 years. We're still being treated like second-class citizens in many arenas. Why? What will our tūpuna think? When will this narrative for Māori change? So whereas Māori thrive in an environment where our language, our tikanga or protocols and heritage are valued, working in the education system now, I can say that there are some schools that are trying to make a difference so that we as Māori have the same opportunities as some of those other students. We are extremely lucky as tuakana that we were supported by Whai Steph, here she is, Whai Steph and Rangatahi Tūmeke to be given these opportunities within our school setting. But it makes me think about the future of our tamariki and mokopuna here in Murihiku. I'm going to share some of these questions that I've been pondering about for the last couple of weeks, and I just want you to have a little bit of a think and reflection on some of these questions. So my first one was, what education facilities will be there to upskill and train our whānau? Will these facilities service everyone in our community? Will these facilities have a cultural element and be fully supportive of our needs and tikanga? And what opportunities will there be for them to thrive and feel culturally safe? Which brings us to here, this kaupapa right here, right now. We are presented with this amazing opportunity to regenerate Murihiku. This is a chance for us all to think, reflect, and change the narrative for the future tamariki and mokopuna of Murihiku. Many of us in this room today will dedicate most of our lives to this kaupapa. That is why we're all here. That is also why we need more rangatahi involved. After all, it is us who will be carrying this kaupapa, and let us remember why we started and who we started this for. So I'm going to go into a little bit of a spiel, and I like to, always in my classes, I like to end on a question or a bit of a whittle to make my kids think about something. So we call them wonderings. So when I think about my tupuna, I think fondly of them and all the fights they fought to get us to where we are today. I am also aware that I and you too are going to be somebody's tupuna. I can't help but think, will our future generations speak so fondly of us, and what kind of legacy are we leaving behind for them? Kia ora.
Kia ora anō. Ko hananui tōku manga, ko ora kaya pakihitu. Awa, ko te rawaroha rawa ko Murihiku o Kumarae, ko ngai tahu rawa ko Ngāti Hāmoa o ku iwi, ko taukepa tōku motititi, no ko nei ahau. Ko Asha Skerrit tōku papa, ko Whia Tangata Veiloloa tōku mama, ko Hine Taumai Matiroa tōku tamaiti, ko Angelia Skerrit tōku ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou. Aotearoa is preoccupied with keeping protocols from 120 years ago relevant today. The conversation about the inequality of our people is consistent. Whether we as an iwi are disadvantaged or not is always a topic of conversation. But if the majority of our land was bought for just £15,000, how are we expected to thrive to our full potential with just a fraction of what could be? Nevertheless, if we're not sure where to start the conversation, this Wananga is it. Facing the repercussions of the previous yet current system, it's heartbreaking to have to come to terms with the fact that buying land and property is an aspiration that I may never fulfill. And as a mother, I desire nothing more than for my children to live rent-free on their own land. This is why I'm here, for my voice to be heard, so that my children don't have to fight the same battles that I've faced. Kia mau koe ki ngā kupo tupuna, no reira, tēnei te mihi kia koutou.
Tēnā koutou, ko Maia Kairau tōku ingoa no Murihiku ahau. Ko ngai tahu me ngā puhi o ku iwi, ko te tau te kaumārua I Roden College. So kia ora, I'm Maia. I go to Roden College, year 12, and I'm 16, so I'm one of the youngest voices here today representing Rangatahi Tūmeke. So I'd like to take this time to provide more of a strategic insight from the view of a rangatahi. It is a rangatahi who will someday be at the stern of the waka, a waka that will collectively have the opportunity to build right now. It's about understanding what's important to rangatahi so we can build a better tomorrow, a more sustainable tomorrow, where all people in Murihiku will prosper for many generations to come. Intergenerational transformation, what a powerful statement this is. Intergenerational transformation is about reaching into all corners of whānau, iwi, and Murihiku, which includes education, conservation, justice, and employment. And these are just a few things to name. It's about confronting the things that impact aroha mai, rangatahi from a holistic approach and understanding what changes can be made today so that we can capitalise on the opportunity that we call Murihiku Regeneration and profile Murihiku Regeneration and what we can do to raise the kaupapa Māori profile and increase the cultural footprint here in Murihiku. There is opportunities to have rangatahi's cultural narrative weave through every crease of this transformation as we look beyond the horizon. To achieve intergenerational transformation, we need to look at what are some of the barriers in front of us and how these have contributed to the current state that we are in. Some of these barriers may be the alarmingly high suicide rate in New Zealand. They may be the overrepresentation of Māori within the criminal justice system. This may be the percentage of Māori in prison, which the rates have not changed in the past 50 years. These are barriers and symptoms of something bigger. There is great opportunity here for rangatahi to be a part of, for the future and wider lens of this kaupapa and create sustainable pathways. These things matter to rangatahi. We, like you, carry the whakapapa for the generations before us, and we need to be the architects for shaping the future, where someday this rangatahi will be the future of tomorrow. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
We're now going to sing a waita for you guys. Does anyone have a guitar by any chance in the building? Okay, a cappella.
This is rude. Are we going away?
Nola. Ka pai. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou te reo rangatahi I puta mai I o koutou whakaaro I runga I tēnei kaupapa, nō reira koutou mā, ka rere tōnu te aroha I runga I koutou. Interesting that the waiata that they sang, in fact, would encompass this whole hui. The waiata itself is about the bonds of love coming together under one banner and working collaboratively, working to become stronger together in one song that we've just wrapped up this whole hui. So interesting when we do learn other cultures, when we learn our native culture here in Aotearoa, especially in Ngaitahu, that we have these beautiful, beautiful sayings and these beautiful songs that actually mean a lot more than just singing and performing. They actually have substance. Nō reira, koutou mā anō nei, thank you very much. Your words of wisdom are what is needed at this time, I think, and especially in this world that we are growing in, this new world that we are all growing in. Nō reira, tēnā koutou. Ka pai. Ladies and gentlemen, that's us for day one, eh? Yep. Before we go, we've got a special presentation, an award, Meki, we'd like to give out to one of our participants. So if I can ask Ivan to come up, please. Oh, and Terry, yep, here they come.
Just before I do that, we just want to thank everyone for coming along today. We've really appreciated you being here. We've enjoyed the day, and we think that the speakers and so on have been excellent. I just had a text from Hannah Regan just asking how the rangatahi went, and my answer to that was superb. I think they did a fantastic job, and they really represent us all well.
Yeah, just finally, the presentation that you had from the rangatahi, that's what's driving me, is the next successive generations of Ngāi Tahu whānui in the community. And I give you my word that everything that you asked, we're right on top of. And we're going to try and produce it at all costs. And that's my word. And now I'll let Ivan, because this is embarrassing for me because it's one of my staff members, and I've got to bow out of this now.
When you're organising these things, often you're dealing with endless emails and questions and everything else, but every now and again you get to have a bit of a laugh and you get some funny things that happen. And when we sent out the question about the menu and any dietary requirements, we had one reply that Arzi Bradshaw, who's been working with me on organising the event, came back with, and we both had a really good laugh about this, and we thought, yeah, you're funny. So what that email came back was, ka mihi Arzi, I am allergic to non-kai moana and can only be served blue cod, koura and whitebait. So we thought we would give an award to that person today. We've got some chocolate fish or sprats here for that person. That's Joe Brand from Hukanui Runanga.
Please
and we've
come
got
up,
a certificate.
Molly, do you want to come up here and support your auntie? She's all alone. Here you go, Joe.
So why didn't you give me come on? Not chocolate for that.
Still waiting for the
Come ahead.
Congratulations, sir. Yeah. We're still waiting for the whitebait, though. Yeah. Kia ora. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, that's us today. Lots of questions come out of today. I think there are lots of great kōrero. There are lots of questions. I think that really does create a good wānanga, is what we call it. Wānanga is when we're able to converse, kōrero and question and all of those things that we can come to an answer. Some of the questions I heard today were, what is the Southland Way? What can you do? This is bigger than all of us in the room. But what is the Southland Way? What is the Murihiku Way? And how do we make that a collaborative? There's an old saying within Ngāi Tahu, mō tātou ā mō ka uri a muri ake nei, which means for us and our children after us. So that is the question, and we've heard from our rangatahi. So we take that on board, and Terry's given his word to make that happen. His word. I look forward to that. That'll happen next week, because we know how quick he works. Nō reira e te iwi e te whānau kia pai o koutou haerenga o hokinga ki o koutou whare, kia haumaru i o koutou haerenga. Travel safe, be well. We'll be back tomorrow here, day 2, by my calculations on this program, day 2, 9 o'clock. You'll get Ra Dallas and Mr. Michael Stevens to welcome you all tomorrow. Ka pai? Everyone's good? Please remember to take all your belongings or else they'll end up on Trade Me. If you would like to see the hydrogen-powered car, I understand that Mr. Scott O'Donnell has foregone the $25 cover charge, and we're all able to go downstairs and have a look. You'll see it. It's the most futuristic car out in that lot that is powered by hydrogen. And I'm sure one of the staff has the key to so that you can hear it not going. Nō reira e te iwi e te whānau. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou, tūturu whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e hui e tae. Mauri ora e te whare.